Start betting like a pro from anywhere in Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Dirk Bentley, Gravel and Gold Tour. They all know why I'm getting drunk all the way. Live at CHI Health Center on Saturday, August 24th with Chase Rice and Tanner Usry. Dirk Bentley. On sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Dirk Bentley, live in concert.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossover. Crossed him up and sit him down.
No, you're not. Stop.
Josh,
Just
I
stop.
am. I think you said last year you thought you were going to watch the Royals.
Yeah.
And
we
did.
And then the year before that is, I'm going to watch hockey.
We did. I did. Oh, actually, Joe, you can turn the studio cam back on. Forgot about the crossover.
Jeez, Josh, you told me to not screw up today.
Joey, shut up.
Yeah, that's right,
Joey. Way to go, Joey.
Joey, shut up.
Fight for yourself over there. This guy's been backseat
anything up.
He's backseat produces.
This is
He tries to
unreal.
intimidate.
30
How can
seconds
that
in.
face intimidate? By the way, I got my first straight-on shot of Josh's face today, sitting across from him at the desk.
Did you look at his mouth?
It was scary.
Scary.
The profile I've gotten used to, but that
I still don't want to look at it. Yeah.
Well, actually, you know what? With the headphones, it's a little better. But when you take the headphones off, it's very Lee Harvey Oswald.
I'm a little concerned because it's been 2 days and it hasn't gotten any better.
No, the facial hair.
Yeah.
It takes a while.
Yes,
I'm
it
not.
does.
I'm not. You know, one of my best friends, Rob. You don't know Rob. Actually, you might have met Rob one time, but either way,
I don't know Rob.
you don't know Rob. Rob's
Fat
face
Rob?
he'd have all his hair back. It'll be there eventually.
Yeah,
This isn't
I'm excited for that day.
This isn't Elaine's boyfriend on Seinfeld who shaved off his hair and then he tried to grow back and he didn't have it anymore. It'll return.
That'll be good. I can't wait till that day comes.
When I look straight on and you don't have the headphones on, it looks very Lee Harvey Oswald.
So I went to the dentist today and I almost said, "Hey, do my teeth look bigger than normal?" But it was a new woman who was doing the cleaning part. Man.
Well, you should have just asked her, do my teeth look bigger than a normal
human being?
Yes.
Yeah. No cavities. It was a great day.
It's great to meet new people during that time because they don't know how bad you look right now. And the next time they see you, potentially, if there's a second meeting, they'll be like, "Wow, you look so much better."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, well, how do you know they wouldn't go, "Oh, did something happen? Did you lose your job?"
And grew the hair.
Yeah, because
the first time it was a divorce beard, so it kind of makes sense.
But Josh doesn't look like he's fallen on hard times when he has a beard.
No.
You look actually like you've fallen on hard times
right now. Yes. I think that I look bad. I'm very red. And then everyone there's like all of the basically anyone who's like Nick, who I think goes out of their way to try to be kind, basically Gen Z. They're all like, "No, you look fine." I'm like, it's okay to say I don't.
Just don't. Yeah,
it's fine. I'm not offended.
You're patronizing me, and I like that even less.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I'm recording an interview tonight, and I almost want to explain to the person like, "Hey, I normally don't look like this, but." She's never met me before. She wouldn't know what I look like.
She's not going to say
why
anything.
are you putting
I know, but I'm just that
on there?
Because I'm that self-aware right now of my face.
All these years, we've had that same ugly face. And
I know, but John, it's hidden. It's hidden by the beard.
It's hidden. It doesn't. Honestly, it looks better than I feared it might.
What does that mean?
Wow.
What did you expect?
You
What
thought
did
it
you
would be
expect?
worse?
I don't know. I just
expect a lot of pimples under there.
Well, I mean,
thank God I'm not in high school anymore.
You never know after you grow and you got facial hair for a long time. You never know how your skin's going to react.
That's true.
After shaving it,
yeah,
and then just the dryness and everything else.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I put the lotion on the skin.
Honestly, it doesn't look like you ever had a beard.
Wow.
So that's good.
Okay.
Well, seriously, I mean, good skin.
Mine definitely has the irritation. Like if I shaved my beard off right now, it would look bad.
Yeah.
But it would resolve itself after like 12 hours.
Nice.
It just takes care of itself.
I feel like
skin is a resilient thing, Josh.
I feel like I look a little like Kyle Shanahan with the flat bill. I think if I wanted to be the 49ers
loser.
coach, damn it. If I wanted to be him for Halloween, I think I could.
Good looking guy.
Makes sense with
Maybe
you,
I'm
Josh.
pretty
Your
good
team
looking
chokes
too.
in the playoffs.
Oh, geez, look at Joey.
Joey's back.
People forget that Joey's Packers lost to Kyle Shanahan.
Interesting.
Yeah.
They fell apart. Whenever my
at least we still beat the Dallas Cowboys.
yeah, who cares? Whenever my friend Aaron, who is a Packers fan, talks trash, I just post a picture of his kicker missing against the 49ers, and then he gets really mad. So I think I'll just start tweeting that at Joey now randomly.
Here you go,
today.
Joey.
At Joey Warcola.
Yeah, but
wow, look at him.
They did. I mean, the Packers got further than anyone thought they would.
Congrats to the
this
Packers.
season.
Yeah, it's about
well, I should say
Thank
anyone
you.
except me who thought they would have a better record than the Jets.
Two franchises won on the road in the playoffs this year: the Packers and the Chiefs. Cool.
And the Chiefs won everything on the road.
Very cool.
Almost everything on the road. By the way, are we counting the Super Bowl win as a road win?
Well, Mitch Holtz probably will.
Mitch Holtz.
People spit on us again.
We'll ask him tomorrow. Yeah. So is this a road win?
I haven't heard any of the audio yet, but I did have the great joy of watching Mitch Holtz give a rousing speech on the NFL Network.
Oh, was he at the
Chiefs parade?
Yeah.
Yes. He seems to be the master of ceremonies.
I think he always is for these.
Yeah.
I mean, last year we got the video. I don't even know if I still have it on here. Joey, can you bring up the
Kurt writes definition of a face for radio. Wow.
No, I don't have it up here anymore. Never mind.
Yeah, now we do video, so can't really have a face for radio anymore.
And we're going to get all this new light apparently too.
Now, how much is that going to affect the video?
I don't know. Yeah,
we've got
these stupid things gleaming.
It's supposed to be softer light. Is
Sounds
what's going to happen. I'm guessing it will affect it.
Yeah, we got these little gizmos in front of us.
Yeah,
I guess it does make a little difference.
Yeah, for sure.
I could certainly use one of those at the Chai Center.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, in your jail.
In my jail cell?
Yeah.
People are like, why don't you turn the lights out? No, the lights literally are on in there.
You need to ask our company for a new computer is what I think is going on.
The ceiling is also very high.
Yeah, it's a very high ceiling, and the lights it's not like overpowering light. I mean, so
it's a purposefully dim area.
Yes, because they don't want the emphasis to be on the lights up there. They want it to be on the action on the floor.
Yeah, they don't want someone on the floor, going up for a jump shot, and all of a sudden they're blinded by the.
It's like the batter's eye, right?
Yeah,
it's like
batter's
eye. It's the shooter's eye for the basketball players.
I don't know why you would look all the way up there to shoot.
Well,
it's
like the Taylor
Maybe
Martinez.
you're on the ground. Who knows?
Look high, aim low. One of those things.
Otson says good. Nick gets triggered by fluorescent lighting. Is this true? Is he out on the lights, the bright lights?
Well, yeah. Didn't we have the episode here a couple of weeks ago when they changed out the lights?
That's right.
Nick
got very upset.
Nick hates change. He's a man of principle.
Yeah.
He
and now he's looking at art today.
He does not reflect. He does not respond well.
Was that the same day that we got the Of Music rant?
Oh,
when they changed out the lights, and
I don't think so. I think the light thing was after that.
By the way, Otson says he won't let me turn the lights on in our office. Nick is anti-lights.
Yeah, he's a vampire.
That's why it's always dark in there.
Well, when I'm downstairs in, I guess it'd be our basement. I don't know, it's not basement, but it's the lower level where I have my stuff. It's just one big long room, and there's 3 ceiling lights across, and I always have those lights off.
Yeah, because it could be too harsh sometimes.
Yeah. I just like to have the light on my desk or maybe the desk lamp that's a little down the way. But I hate those lights on.
Maybe the right answer to all of this is just take all of our walls out and make it all a window. Just natural light.
That sounds amazing.
Everywhere. Like Nebraska's new football facility, just a giant window.
Sounds incredible.
So a lot of scaffolding and stuff.
Still not done.
Nice. And it won't be done for a while.
Still not done.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that enough, probably.
That it's still not done?
It was supposed to be done a year ago.
That is crazy.
I still think.
Did the crew get assigned to something else? Like, hey, we got to repave Roca Road in Lancaster County.
So I've heard a little bit of stuff from behind the scenes, and so I'm going to state what I know, and then I'm going to offer a theory. So one of the things that I learned was that Frost essentially had his office designed where it was kind of difficult to get to. It was like, I don't know if it was in the middle, but it was not like a first thing you see when you walk in type situation. I'm guessing that Matt Rule did not like that.
That'd be my guess.
And so they have tried to alter the setup of the facility to better fit with what Matt Rule would like.
I would say.
And I also think that some of the tools or whatever, the things that they needed wasn't available because of supply chain issues.
Gotcha.
Is my guess.
Supply chain.
People forget
I
about
thought
that.
we were done with the whole supply chain thing.
My guess, though, is it's more about.
I think you're right about that. And I think it's shocking, personally, that Scott Frost had some bad design ideas.
Yeah, who knew? Who knew?
They let him design a building.
I thought the idea of the permanently installed in cement spittoons at every door jam was a little much.
Matt Rule didn't want those.
It's like, can't we just have some portable ones and move them in and out when necessary? I just,
John's trying to watch the Peanuts movie.
I am.
What are you doing? Why are you watching HBO?
No, I was just switching off because stop me if you've heard this.
They're
rerunning the damn Super Bowl for like the 80th time on NFL Network. I'm like,
they cut away from
can't
the
do
parade
this anymore.
We need some
Yeah,
day
the parade's
sports.
over.
We need some day sports. When will day baseball be back?
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
Well, we'll have some spring
college.
training here pretty soon.
We have college. We'll have spring training.
Spring training.
College baseball.
We love college baseball.
I did say, okay,
Hey,
so this
we
whole
watched
crossover.
that great Nebraska game. Remember last year?
Oh, yeah, when we kept jinxing
We
them.
kept
Oh,
saying,
yeah.
Oh, they're not going to lose. And then we'd turn it off.
Classic.
And then they'd come back and then we'd turn it on. It's like, oh, they won't choke this lead.
That
and
was
then they
funny.
choked this lead and they ended up tying.
So one of the things that this crossover started with John turning on his microphone and saying, "No, you will not." So not me. You two and others have started receiving your baseball assignments for Creighton baseball this year.
Baseball.
And I'm very excited about some of the teams that will be working together. There's some new teams that
Broadcast crews?
that we've never heard before on the radio. I don't know if I'm allowed to say anything, so I'll just stop
You
there.
should say it all.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, you two are doing a game, and Alex Sindelar will return to the airwaves, including with you. Was he doing one with you too?
I'm sorry.
Sindelar? John's not paying
Oh,
attention.
yeah. No.
So
I'm
I
doing a
said,
few games with Alex.
I think I'm going to listen to some baseball
It
this
could be
season
the biggest pro bunting broadcast ever
of
done.
all time. And then John said, "No, you will not." What are you saying? That I don't support my friend John Bishop? Or
No,
my
because
friend
you
Connor
say this
Apper, or
all the
my
time.
friend Alex Sindelar, the Tuesday Boys.
Every year you have a new sport that you say, oh, I'm going to get into this.
You
and then
do.
you don't.
It's a bit
that
of
was
a
the
boy
one
who
year
cried
that you
wolf.
wanted to get into that sport where they play over in Iran, where they just take goats' heads and they start kicking it around.
I
So,
believe that's
wanna-
soccer,
I want to
John.
get into this sport. And then you never did.
Well, I like supporting friends. I'm not getting into the sport. It's like a 3-hour podcast.
What if
But
I
not
played
at
this sport?
double
Yeah, but
speed.
you don't get it double speed.
Joey, can we upload these to the Jay's feed and I can listen at double speed?
Oh, yeah.
What
There
if
we
I went
go.
over and played the sport where they chop off the goats' heads or whatever?
Yeah.
You know? Would you
I'd-
support that?
Oh, 100% I would. I'd definitely support you. I
There
like Happer.
Interesting new hobbies.
There was
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it now. If you're listening. So I was on Jack's show a couple of weeks ago.
Nice.
And he and Caleb over at KLIN have gotten into this Indian sport where it's like a combination of kill the guy with the football, played on like a volleyball court, and
Well, like handball?
no, it's just a weird, and it's like capture the flag. I mean, there's all these. It's just really weird. I can't remember the name of it, but it was actually kind of fun to watch.
Quidditch?
By the way, don't need a sports flash, but Steve Wilkes is out. 49ers DC. Oh, jeez.
Yikes.
Wow.
There was a lot of stuff coming out that they were not fans of him, including from our friends Todd Furman and Payne Insider on their podcast.
Yeah.
After the bye week, apparently Shanahan started sitting in on all the defensive meetings, kind of changing some of the stuff that was going on.
Whoops.
They brought him down. Wasn't he upstairs and they brought him onto the field or whatever? Wherever he was, they changed throughout the rest of the season. So not great. So yeah, there you go. But anyway, I'm going to be listening to you guys because I love my friends and baseball.
You love baseball?
Nah. But I like my friends.
See, that's
more.
why I think you're gonna give up on this very quickly.
I like Sindelar. I really enjoy. Sindelar.
You're like a guy who says, "I'm going to start my diet while he's working at a Dairy Queen." It's just not going to happen.
That's a normal situation.
Yeah, do Dairy Queen workers often start diets?
No, not
Poll
really.
question, Otson.
Probably not.
Poll question. Kabaddi, John is
Kabaddi. Thank you.
Kabaddi.
I
have not seen this or heard about this.
It's weird, and it's on ESPN Plus every morning.
Do you guys ever have
Maybe
issues?
it's even on now. Maybe we should check it out. We got nothing else.
Do you guys ever have issues with your? Do you have ESPN Plus?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever have issues with the ESPN Plus not working right after your payment is made for like the next couple of? Okay.
I had to call them, and they had to like reboot.
Okay, I'm going to call them tomorrow because I'm getting really pissed off at this.
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
This happened to me a few months ago, and I called them. She was very nice. I mean, it was. Good. I was very surprised at how good the customer service was.
Because I was looking for a content question today, and I saw something. Maybe it was draft related. I was like, oh, I can probably find a question in here. And it was like, oh, to continue reading. And then I'm like, I logged in. I have ESPN Plus. I like it for the articles. Bill Connolly is going to join us tomorrow.
Yeah.
I need it
working. Did you see those rankings?
Oh, I saw them all right.
They are funny.
Oh, have you seen them, John?
The Bill Connolly ranking?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, you all might get a chance to look at them here in a little bit.
Ooh, wow.
But they're not later on in the Grum.
They're not ESPN Plus subscribers, John.
That's true, John.
Yeah, but I am. Okay. And mine's working.
There you go. It's good.
Happer's Meme Guy says you're saying Matt Rule didn't want a Margaritaville machine on the wall in his office. Yeah, they'd
one of those glow up signs.
There's this huge space that was going to be for a golden tea machine, and now they have to figure out what to put there instead.
They thought they would go next level with the whole key card system. The key card to get into the facility was you had to complete a hole and birdie the hole on golden tea.
Password
Sorry,
accepted.
guys, I've been stuck out here all day. I can't attend any meetings.
And you had to make your, like, when you got the highest score, your initials had to be like poop or something like that. Yeah.
Nice.
What do you think Scott Frost put in for his initials when he got the high score on Golden Tee?
Ass.
I think that's probably pretty good.
I love doing that.
Definitely was ass man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anytime you'd see the Pac-Man or Donkey Kong machine and you saw ass was a high score.
That's Scott.
That's got to be Scott.
Because
back in Wood River, they had one video game machine.
And it was all ass.
And it was probably asteroids and high score ass. Oh, Frost.
That damn kid, Scott, keeps coming down and breaking all the records. It's like graffiti in a way. Just says ass.
It's an ass, poo, or sex.
Sex is a funny one.
By the way, Chance says, not Oliver, but Chance writes about the ESPN Plus issues. Never had that problem with Peacock, just saying. I haven't either. Peacock has been a great streaming service for me.
You can watch Caitlin Clark set the record tomorrow.
Oppenheimer is going to be on Peacock on Friday for those of you who have not seen it yet.
Are you sure? I mean, Lisa Bluter might decide to hold her back so she can wait to the next game.
There you go.
This would be good protocol by her.
Protocol.
Protocol.
Man, she is salty.
She can't stop.
She is like that guy who put the salt all over the ribeye.
Salt Bae.
Oh, yeah. She is a Salt Bae right now.
And listen, there is no fan base in America that loves themselves this type of attention like the Nebraska fan base.
Seriously.
Where they can just go after somebody for someone absolutely stupid.
It's all self-inflicted. It's amazing.
It is.
She just keeps talking about it.
Shut up.
It is.
I didn't know about these new accusations. One of the things she said today was that we weren't following protocol before the game. She's already previously talked about during and after the game.
What did you do? What did you do, Happer?
There's a pre-game protocol that apparently we did not follow.
What did you do wrong
at Nebraska? Many are accusing me of, I did not.
You shot too many hoops before the game?
Blame Happer.
That will happen sometimes.
Yeah.
But,
we know.
The dash for cash, there was a bit of a controversy in the dash for cash. The guy at the end of the 30 seconds was basically hovering over the envelope. He's blindfolded, and the crowd has told him where to go. He's hovering over the envelope, and he's basically, he's on all fours. But I don't see any envelope in any hand. So I say, no good.
Oh.
No.
They
dice.
make you the referee?
I'm the referee.
Wow.
I am the judge, jury, executioner on FNBO's
I was always a nice guy
cash.
when I was doing it.
That's what many have said. They said, well, some people are
John's
nicer.
Bishop was nice.
And I said, I'm a man of principle, and I believe in protocol. And I didn't see an envelope in a hand. I said, no. I was the first person to get booed on Sunday. So that could be that. that could be what we screwed up pregame. Not sure what she's mad about.
That's
one. That's the only thing I can think of.
You know what? They probably didn't have. She specifically asked for no red M&Ms in the locker room, and they probably had the red M&Ms.
Can't do that.
Hate it when you get red M&Ms.
Yeah, because she's very paranoid about the red M&M.
Yeah. So I'd love to be enlightened. I hope she keeps talking about this. I hope people keep asking about it, and I hope we figure out what we're able to fix and correct going forward.
Well, Nebraska is living rent-free in her head still, so I imagine we'll find out at some point in time very soon.
Well, yeah, she's going to set the record tomorrow, and she's going to get up to the press conference, and is she going to mention it, like the protocol?
Yeah, seriously, I hope so. Because where was she speaking today? Was that at a presser? Or?
Yeah,
I think it was on the
pregame press conference.
I think it was either on that or did they do a teleconference anymore?
No, I think it was just a regular press
Eric
conference.
was the only person I saw who
tweeted about it.
The quotes.
Interesting. Yeah, because they play tomorrow, right? They're not playing tonight.
They play tomorrow.
Tomorrow. So this is not a pregame press conference. So yeah, maybe it is a teleconference. Either that or maybe Eric.
Wait, it would be pregame the day before.
Yeah. I guess I was thinking of
I don't know what the context was, but Eric was the only person I saw who had it.
Funny.
But she can't help herself.
No.
And I'm very happy about it.
No, she can't. And listen, I mean, Nebraska fans are going to beat this dead horse into the ground regardless.
I kind of hope they play now in the Big Ten tournament.
But now, if she keeps it going, it's just going to feed the beast.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Nice.
They already didn't like each other. And then Caitlin came along. And then Iowa, has usually ended up on the right side of it. Protocol! When she's gone, it's going to get spicy again.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to get nice and spicy again.
We got a flight to catch now.
So, hey.
That's probably why she was so upset, because she literally just got back to Iowa City because she had to hitchhike.
She had to delay the flight that whole
time.
It's a
long walk.
3
and
days.
Unfortunately, she hitchhiked. The wrong trucker picked her up, and they ended up, driving all the way up to Sioux City, and then they had to drop off a load, and, it just took a couple of days.
She took a Greyhound.
And she had to take a Greyhound from Mason City.
Understood. Like the Music Man.
Yeah, and they went by the Buddy Holly site, and she was very sad about that. So.
Field of Dreams. She did the
Field
whole
of Dreams.
tour.
And she's like, "Wait a minute,
World's largest
you're telling me
truck stop?
you're telling me that there's two different families that own this land?
This is not Big Ten protocol.
Can't believe this."
Protocol.
Very triggered.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very.
Well.
All right,
I'm excited that you're going to listen to baseball this year, Josh.
I am.
Very exciting.
I'm going to listen.
He's going to listen for a half an inning. He said, "Yeah, I'm good with
I mean,
this."
probably will be when I'm driving to Monolithic, and then it'll take like 10 minutes, but I'll be listening.
10 minutes of baseball, we'll take it.
Yeah, that's what I did last year.
It's better than most.
When Sindelar was on,
Just
I was like, wow.
Just listen to baseball while you're running, Josh.
Ugh.
You can't listen to it at double speed.
Yeah, again, if we get the whole games uploaded to the 1620, the Jays feed.
We'll do that.
Yeah, I think we should start doing that anyway.
So this could be like your sleepy time baseball, but
correct, but it's real baseball.
Running time baseball.
Yeah. I mean, people love to hear John's calls of things, and, at a later date, they're unable to. They have to listen live, even though we do record them.
Oh, yeah.
We have that podcast feed.
We could post that.
I love it.
We could do it.
There we go. All right, you got to go. Bye.
There you go. Yeah, I have an interesting thing to do.
You have a day ahead of you.
Before we go, real quick, someone from one of the local news stations down in Kansas City says chaos broke out at the end of the Chiefs Super Bowl parade. Police and military personnel just took off inside of Union Station.
Yeah, there was a shooter.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Apparently it happened right as the parade stopped.
Oh.
Yeah, not great.
That is, I hope it was accidentally fireworks or something. Maybe it was fireworks. But
hope so too.
I'm afraid if the police are reacting that way, I'm guessing.
No, they've confirmed that shots were fired.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that is not good. Not good. Hopefully everyone's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
We'll see you, Connor.
Bye, Happer.
Look for Connor Happer in a future edition of Jay's Live.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Coming soon to an arena scoreboard near you.
Jay's kind of
scoreboard
live.
Control.
Nice.
That's
if
right.
You will.
That's right.
I like that sign, by the way.
Yeah,
I like
good.
it. We are now home of football technology, NCAA control, and scoreboard control.
That's a lot of control, John.
Mm.
And technology.
And technology.
And stuff.
And stuff.
And stuff.
Good callback.
Mm-hmm.
The Grum on 1620 The Zone. Coming up next.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
If you're Iowa women's basketball, you got Caitlin Clark, gives you hope. Yep. Over the weekend, Nebraska softball had their fan day. They had lines everywhere.
Yes.
Jordy Bowl gives you hope. All you need is somebody that gives you hope. Maybe Nebraska football has found that guy that gives you hope every time you show up to play a game. Michael Jordan gives you hope. You know that you got a chance, even if you have your worst night, you're going to have a chance to win a game.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mid to upper 50s for a high temperature this evening. More clouds working in along with a southeast breeze. By the evening time frame, you're talking about a small chance of a shower. Tomorrow morning, a starting temperature near 30 degrees and eventually warming up to about 41 degrees with a colder northwest breeze. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery. KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
This is a sale so hot, Standard Heating and Air can only do it once a year. Right now, buy a Carrier air conditioner from Standard Heating and Air and get a free furnace. Now, that's a hot deal.
StandardAC.com, where we do the things we do.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie, piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do make everything about me.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
That meeting could have been an email.
It's the President's Day sale at Mattress Firm. Save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and get a $300 gift toward pillows and more, all with free and fast delivery. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hi, this is Stacey McElligott, Director of Sales for NRG Media Omaha. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished bilingual new business development salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to the next level. Is this you? Our multimedia account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG Media lets you make a real difference in our community. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Omaha native Frankie Fiddler is top 20 in the NCAA Division I scoring and leading the Omaha Maverick men's basketball team in a run for the conference title. The Maverick men are at home against South Dakota on Thursday and South Dakota State on Saturday. And Maverick hockey only has 4 regular season home games left on February 23rd and 24th when they take on Colorado College in a top 20 matchup. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now. Call the box office at 402-554-MAVS or omavs.com/tigs.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Thanks a lot, Elon, you big butthead.
Just open up a different window, a different browser.
Well, I like using the Twitter app. It's easy because it's right there. It says
Not
Twitter
anymore.
on it. I wonder what happened.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
You know, because I have a work computer, we occasionally, and it's like overseen. I got Big Brother looking over me from Iowa.
Do they look at our computers?
Well, the work ones.
They do?
Well, they monitor that. Well, I don't. They might. I don't know.
Okay.
But like they can access it.
Oh, I had no idea.
And like if there's updates, you get the occasional updates to the system.
Yeah.
Well, you're not supposed to download those. They handle it, and then they send you a little message that says your computer is time for updates, and they're like corporate approved updates, and then you hit the little button and it just recycles everything.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if maybe I've been ignoring the updates the last couple of days.
Yeah, and so you got screwed.
I wonder if that's the reason why the Twitter app isn't working.
So what I do, I actually use 3 different internet browsers on this computer. So I
got 2.
So I have Firefox, and that's what I use for our text machine and our video, because I don't want to accidentally close Chrome, which is what I use for my normal operations. Yeah. But I also have one called Opera, and that's how I have TweetDeck. So I can have it. So everything is able to function without anything accidentally getting closed, which is the most important.
I just use the Twitter app instead of opening another browser.
Yeah.
Because it's got the little birdie logo. But
still not working anymore.
Now it's not working. Maybe that's it. Maybe they changed it to the X logo, and they're not letting it work anymore. Well, there's your plug, J-Tech Construction. Sorry, my Twitter doesn't work anymore.
J-Tech Construction's own Twitter feed. Don't worry. I still check the USC mentions. John doesn't. I don't know the last time that John saw a tweet that went to the Grum. How long has it been?
I don't know.
Yeah, months. I still see them all, like this one from Steve.
Because TweetDeck's dead.
It's not. It's working great.
Well, I got the same thing, and it wouldn't work. So.
Connor Happer here for screwing the little guy. All right, there you go.
What did he do?
Jordan says the construction crew transferred with Wandale. See, those are the types of comments that are still showing up in the J-Tech Constructions on Twitter feed. And then there are probably some other comments that we have muted from people that we just don't ever see. Who knows? Who knows what's in there? Who knows? Yeah, indeed. But you can tweet at us on the J-Tech Constructions on Twitter.
I just won't see them.
John won't see them.
Until
Nick
I
won't
reboot,
either. I will see them.
Until I reboot this computer.
So here's a fun little fact.
I need to reboot the computer.
When I'm gone, don't tweet at the USC account because literally no one on the show will see it. I'm kind of the arbiter.
I guess.
Yeah, I kind of am. I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm the arbiter of that. I'm the arbiter of the text machine. I'm kind of the arbiter of a lot of things. Yeah.
We all have a role to play in life, John.
Yeah, you do the Grum Down, for example.
The Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
See, that is your task. That is your daily task.
There it is. There's my task.
We never agreed on it. Just kind of happened this way.
It just kind of happened this way.
You do a great job with the Grum Down.
I try my best.
Wow.
Baylor's winning hand. 3 of a kind.
Wow, look at you. For a second, I was like, Baylor, the Bears? We're talking about Baylor Bears? And then I remembered, oh, that's right, Shiremen.
Yeah.
The Shire Men. That's a Lord of the Rings reference, John. Oh, we should have leaned into that more. Shire.
Hell no. Is that something that Mountain Doom breathes at you?
I mean, the people that say it are associated with it.
Nobody cares.
Shire.
The final 6 games. Are the Jays ready for this grinder?
Is it a meat grinder?
Sure.
Cheese grater?
It could be a cheese grater. Could be a meat grinder.
Okay.
Could be a hydraulic press.
Sounds like a dumb
That's
debates
one of the
question.
new things that's been popping up on the Facebook. You got the recipe videos. You catch up with your high school mates. You block people who tweet Facebook about politics.
Nice.
The latest thing that's been showing up on the Facebook.
What is it now?
Is random videos of a hydraulic press smashing random stuff.
Dude, my Instagram, for some reason, I started getting that a couple of years ago. It's mesmerizing. I like it. Is. It's mesmerizing.
The sticky notes, the multicolor sticky notes.
Oh, that's fun.
You know how they stack up, and it's sitting on the hydraulic press, and the hydraulic press comes down on it. It did, and it looked like it was like cookie dough.
Oh, that's fun.
It was weird how it almost like changed the composition of the sticky note paper and turned it into something that looked like cookie dough. It was amazing.
Kind of the opposite of smashing things. I saw a video yesterday of a Jabba the Hutt thing getting filled up with water until it grew many, many sizes of what it was, and then it exploded.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Man, see, that's the fun part of the internet.
That's the good stuff.
Not the bad part of the internet.
See, that was the thing that made Letterman back in the day.
Is he would, hey, let's just
Letterman
throw
would
stuff.
just do stupid things. He'd throw stuff off the building.
Let's just start doing that on the Grum more. Let's just throw things.
Well, we had the stupid dumpster out there and people were chucking stuff. We should have been doing that.
Yeah, we could have thrown lots of things in there. Spider-Man, for example, or that sign that said Stibbs won and his team name was Tweederson is bad.
It's not gonna.
That absolute jerk.
That's not gonna make any noise when it hits the ground.
Yeah, that's
if anything,
true.
it'll just get caught by the wind and end up blinding a driver on Dodge Street, and then they'll careen into our sign and then break our sign.
Well, it probably would fix it, actually.
That's a good point.
Also, the paper, it would remind us of when we had to do the airplane contest a few weeks ago at that meeting. Remember that? Contest. It was like, most of them were going like that.
Mine worked because I know how to do it.
As did mine. I think that you and I were among the top three
that had people that actually knew how to make a paper airplane.
Indeed.
Tom Fernelli from CBS Sports is going to join us.
Nice.
Is every Big Ten job a great job?
I think we're finding out the answer to that question so far.
A new royal castle.
A new royal castle.
A new royal castle. How would you like to project the 2024 Huskers? Guess what? You won't have to. I will have done the work for you.
You are doing the work?
With thanks to Bill Conley of SP Plus and ESPN.
It's actually him. It's him.
Oh, that camera. Look at my finger.
Yeah, look at your finger.
Hey, do the same thing on your camera. No, a little higher. A little to the right. No, a little up. Oh, now your face looks great.
Oh, you jerk. You monster. Beard will be back soon.
Few weeks, Josh.
Yeah.
The Pac-12 is the Monty Python's Black Knight.
Oh, it's but a flesh wound. But a flesh wound, John.
It's Dumb Debates Day. Michael Severe sent us one today.
Yes, he did.
I think it's a good one.
It's a great question. We'll tackle it later.
And the color purple.
My mom's favorite color.
Oh, I thought you were going to say your mom's favorite movie.
No, her favorite movie is... I don't know what her favorite movie is. Godfather, maybe? She also likes The Hunt for Red October.
What is it about the women who love The Hunt for Red October? My wife also loves The Hunt for Red October.
I don't know. What is your wife and my mom having common?
Isn't it interesting?
Women.
Though? I mean, you think of those types of movies where there are basically no female actors.
Women are allowed to like movies with men.
No, I know they are, but just, I mean, it's like, it's a guy's movie for guys, right?
And
it's
women,
about
apparently.
military and submarines and, just He-Man and all this other stuff.
The good old days when women weren't allowed to get on submarines. Is that what you're saying, John?
Well, think about it. And you think of one, I guess at the very beginning of the movie, Alec Baldwin, you see his wife.
Mm-hmm. And then it's just
that's the only woman in the movie, right?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of dudes after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of dudes on an undersea boat.
Yeah. Godfather does have women.
And the women love that movie.
Yeah.
I just find it fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I just realized looking over your shoulder, Mount Happer.
Oh, it's been gone.
Is dead.
I think it was gone on Friday.
And today is the day I picked.
I think it disappeared.
You know what?
Friday.
I'm going to go out there and just double check and see if there's like a speck of ice. And if there's a speck of ice, I'm going to proclaim victory.
By the way, I've gotten an update on my mom's favorite movies. Godfather is one of the three, so I nailed that one. For Love of the Game, a baseball movie.
I get that one.
Yeah, and Family Man. You ever see Family Man with, what's his name? He's a guy who's always broke all the time, and so he makes a bunch of movies. Who, what, where? Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. It's kind of a... Now I'm trying to make another reference, and I can't remember it. Like when you die and watch yourself live. Kind of a
outer body
get the moon.
experience.
Yeah, I'll get to the moon. What's that movie called?
Well,
what's that movie? It's kind of like that.
I'll get you.
Isn't that what he says? You want the moon?
I'll throw a lasso around it and get you the moon.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
That's It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah, it's kind of like It's a Wonderful Life, if I remember right. Chance, by the way, writes an airplane contest. Chance. Also, Chance had another comment that we will not be reading on the air. We will not be reading on the air. Chance. Chance loves airplanes.
He does.
He loves airplanes.
He does. He and Nick hang out at Epley every Sunday afternoon, licking their ice cream, laying on their backs in the grass, watching the airplanes fly over their heads.
I have pilots in my family, so they get to do it every day.
Oh, wow. Joey, big airplane guy.
Big airplane
What's
guy.
up with
By the way, did you
producers?
see the video
of?
There was a small private jet that crashed into an interstate in Florida.
No, I've not seen
And
this.
someone was, driving in a car and they had the
Dash
car
cam?
video, dash cam.
Mm-hmm.
The pilots didn't make it, but the passengers did.
Ooh,
It was,
wow.
I mean, it just came in and scary, very scary.
I bet.
I can't imagine what I would do. I'm driving along the interstate, and people forget the interstate highway system was designed so that there were always going to be long stretches of straight road.
Just in case airplanes need to land?
In case of national emergency, if you needed to use them as emergency landing strips, either for the military or for private planes.
Wow.
Thanks, Eisenhower.
That's the second straight day that Eisenhower's
That's why
come up
he
on the
needed to
drum.
kick Adlai Stevenson's ass. If we'd elected Adlai Stevenson, we would still be Lisa Bluter would still be hiking home on the backs of oxen.
But Route 66 would still be a big deal.
Yeah, that's true.
Those are the old days.
The Mother Road.
Hurtin' Husker fan writes, geez, good thing Alec didn't get trigger happy in that filming. Would have had torpedoes flying around all willy-nilly. Sheesh, Hurtin' Husker fan. Sheesh. Wow. What a dark start to the Grum.
It's a very dark start to the Grum.
Dark start to the Grum.
A stark, dark start to the Grum.
Meanwhile, Dallas has their new defensive coordinator, and all's right with the world.
Do they?
Mike Zimmer. He's doing a press conference right now, John.
Right
now.
Who cares?
Right
I hope
now.
Emmett. You know what? I
Joey,
hope Emmett Smith.
You don't have to have your mic on the whole time today, Joey. You can just leave it off.
I'll turn it on when I feel like it.
Emmett Smith, you just walk in and say, "This is big NFC's protocol." Just interrupt and say, "You guys suck." Hurtin' Husker fan who's on one today also says, John, women love Sean Connery. I don't know how to break this to you. No, I get that.
John grew up in an era where women weren't allowed to speak, and then
that is not true.
They didn't like movies that he views as boy movies, and so he's surprised.
That is not true.
That's kind of like what you were implying.
No, it's that movie. It's that specific movie. I get how, yes, there are women that love to watch car crash movies and car chases.
Oh, like that movie you love, Days of Thunder?
No, not that
not
one.
That Days of Thunder. There's a second one coming, apparently.
Because even women who don't follow NASCAR know they don't shift like that in the middle of the turn at Daytona. 402-951-1620.
Hit us up.
42 degrees, the Source hotline. You can try to hit us up in the JTech Instruction Zone Twitter feed.
I'll see him. I got the tweets.
I won't see a damn thing.
Like this from Joel. # we like Ike.
We do.
There you go.
Ike won us a war, and we had 8 very good years of peace and prosperity.
8 very good years.
And no one tried to shoot him.
When was Ike president? What years?
Well, he would have been elected in 52, so 53 to 61.
Wow, that fits in with the timeline of our movie club movie this week. Asteroid City was set in 1955.
You know what else was set in 1955? Back to the Future.
Oh, great movie.
Yeah,
that's a classic movie.
See?
Why
can't we make politicians like Dwight Eisenhower again?
Why can't we make cars like they were in the 50s? They look so much better than the cars of today.
I had one.
That's my take.
My car was a 55.
I'm an hour into Asteroid City, and my take is that things looked cooler back then. The aesthetics of the 50s, very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
I would agree.
Much better than the aesthetic of the 80s or 70s.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No.
70s and 80s, garbage.
No.
60s and 50s, thumbs up.
Not the 60s.
Yeah.
It's very dirty and grimy.
Dirty and
all
grimy.
The hippies wouldn't clean themselves.
Well, I mean, he'll be back tomorrow, John.
That's true.
Yeah.
I did go down a rabbit hole recently on YouTube and watched it was done about, I don't know, probably 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It originally aired on Showtime. It's called Full Color Football.
Oh, yes, I remember this.
On the
yes,
AFL.
yes.
Very good.
Is that on the Paramount app?
No, it's on YouTube.
Okay.
Just go to YouTube, and all 5 of the episodes are uploaded.
I don't know if I ever finished that series. Now I'm very intrigued. I think I might watch it.
Yeah. There's a lot of.
It sounds like a summer watch. Like when I'm just really sad about football and I'm
pretty good.
Bringing up football on the show and you get mad at me.
That was another thing that,
all the leaves are.
Back in the good old days when that was the only time the Chiefs were good.
Oh, yeah. Those days are over.
Yes, they are.
Those days are long
over. The 60s are back, folks. It's called that hippie Patrick Mahomes.
Hippies and the Chiefs.
And that flower power loving Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm. Classic.
Back again, friends.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Welcome to the Grum. Glad you could be here. Tom Fernelli and a few on 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Confidence happens in how we feel about ourselves. It also happens when you feel ready to attack the day. When you're not feeling right, confidence wanes. John Bishop here to tell you that for guys who aren't feeling like themselves, there's Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. No office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims.com is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday routine. The plan is simple to follow. And Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Get ready. This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now, during Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $180 on select chairs. That's up to $180 off desk chairs, up to $180 off computer chairs, and up to $180 off gaming chairs. So hurry into Staples now for the Staples Sit-a-thon and grab a seat or two. Ends 3/2. In-store only. See associate for details.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Man, I love this station.
On 1620, The Zone.
Oh, where'd you go, John? Oh, there you are.
I'm hang on. I'm showing up. First of all, I'm very proud that my computer was able to reboot in time for the start of the next segment. But I guess they've probably stopped supporting the app on my computer. That Elon just went into the back office and just pulled the plug and said, screw you, Bishop.
So now you have to go to your actual web browser.
This is not good.
Yep. Indeed.
But what was good last night was this.
There is Alexander up top for Kalkbrenner. Kalkbrenner goes outside for Baylor. Baylor looks for Kalkbrenner. Kalkbrenner's got it. Layup good. And that's it. That's the 10th assist and the first traditional triple-double in Creighton Blue Jay basketball history belongs to Aurora, Nebraska's Baylor Shireman. 10, 10, and 10.
It's an unreal feeling. Obviously, a lot of hard work put in, but just have to thank, the Lord and my teammates and coaches, because obviously, without them, none of that is possible. So it's more of a team thing than an individual, to be honest. So I'm just thankful to be a part of it.
Well, it helps when the threes are falling too, because according to Rob Anderson, 6 of your first 7 assists were off threes.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, I knew Trey was hot, so I was trying to find him whenever possible because most of the time when he shot it tonight, it was going in. So, we definitely shot it well from the 3 tonight, which is great to see.
Baylor, how fitting was it pregame? You get a game ball from Coach Mack, basically saying, "Hey, you're the first guy in NCAA history to do something so special," and then you come out and produce on the floor with a triple double.
Yeah, it's obviously special. Obviously, I think big in my faith. I think that's a God thing, but I honestly don't think I didn't play extremely great.
You were mad.
I was really
pissed.
upset with how I was playing. Definitely shooting the ball wise. Had a few turnovers. So I definitely think there's things to clean up. But obviously, a surreal feeling. Obviously, getting acknowledged at the start of the game for that. Once again, going back to South Dakota State and here having a lot of great coaches and teammates. None of that's possible without them.
Still crazy, John, to me, that he is the second player in program history after Benoit Benjamin.
And it's the first traditional one, which includes assists instead of blocks.
Correct, which, also it just says a whole lot, kind of like we talked about with Victor Wembanyama yesterday and the number of blocks that he had in the triple-double earlier this week or whatever it was. But, yeah, it's wild to me given how long, this program has been playing basketball, how many good players they've had run through the program. 20 years ago, it was Corver. A decade ago, it was Doug. That neither of those guys were ever able to do so. It says a lot, I think, about the college game because, of course, the triple-double much more prevalent in the pro game, 8 fewer minutes in the college game, but that it has not happened. And so that he becomes that, as of this moment, everybody, if I were to do a trivia question, everyone would be like, yeah, of course it was Shireman, the most recent one. But if you would have asked yesterday, hey, who's the last J to have a triple-double? I'm guessing a lot of people would have guessed Doug, if not even somebody else.
Yeah. But the crazy thing was that Baylor wasn't even he didn't shoot the ball well. He went 0 for 6 in the first half from 3.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, he kind of let out a naughty word at the very end of the first half. He had an open look and airballed a 3 and wasn't very happy with himself. But even at that point, I think he had 7 assists at halftime or maybe 8. And, I was looking at his numbers going, all he has to do is hit a couple of buckets, grab 4 more rebounds, and he's going to have a triple-double. And sure enough, he had it, very early into the second half for the most part.
100%.
Just a tremendous effort. And the other thing that kind of gets overlooked in all this, he had the primary assignment on Dontrez Styles, their second leading scorer. And for the second straight time, Shireman basically shut him down.
Yeah.
He ended up, I think the number was, I don't have the box score open in front of me because I had to reboot my computer. But I believe it was 13 points on 14 shots.
Mm-hmm.
So very inefficient night. So all around, just another great performance for a guy who's just turning in. I've said before, I think that Devin Carter is my pick right now for Big East Player of the Year. But the more Shireman keeps racking up these types of games and doing things, one night it might be a lot of points. The other night it might be points and rebounds. Another night it might be assists, might be defense. It could be a combination of all of them. If he's not first team all Big East, then there's a big problem. And I think he will be in the conversation for Big East Player of the Year.
Yeah, given how well he's played this year.
Yeah. More on the Jays a little bit later on. I wanted to transition real quick before we head to break, and then we're going to bring on Tom Fornelli. But Josh mentioned this about 20 minutes ago, that there were shots fired at the end of the Chiefs Super Bowl rally.
Yeah, from what I understand, the rally had finished.
The rally was done.
Yeah.
And they're in front of Union Station.
Oh.
They're in downtown Kansas City, big station, in the background, which was kind of serving as the backdrop. Did it say if the shots were inside the Union Station or
not that I have seen?
But we've got news on right now, and according to the Kansas City Fire Department, multiple people have been shot and at least 10 victims. And we're just seeing video right now of ambulance moving into position. There was some video earlier on of people running away from the scene.
2 people have been taken into custody, according to the police. And yeah, so right now, as of now, the number of those that were shot, I believe, is 10.
Yes. And it was, I I think
at least 10 people have been injured.
I think this was the largest turnout. I mean, just looking at the numbers. I mean,
Yeah, one of my best friends was there with his family. Thankfully, they're okay. And given some of the videos that he sent and the pictures, the weather looked like it was great.
Yeah,
which makes sense.
Probably like today, and people lining the streets. It looked like it was.
Yeah, look, a lot of shirts. You know, there are pants and stuff, but you don't see a whole lot of coats.
No,
so it's a comfortable day, and so a comfortable day in February and a celebration, and it's a recipe to have a super large crowd like this.
Yeah. Well, police, we're reading now from CNN, 2 armed people in custody. I hope those are the 2 that are responsible and that they have got them. And we pray for the health and well-being of every victims. But we'll keep you updated on that as the story develops from Kansas City. Tom Fornelli will join us next, and we'll talk some college football because a lot of different things going on right now surrounding that sport, and catch up with our friend Tom Fornelli of CBSSports.com next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Jordan B. Peterson, We Who Wrestle with God Tour.
If you say the truth and nothing else, you'll have an immense adventure as a consequence. You won't know what's going to happen to you, but the truth will reveal the world the way it's intended to be revealed, and the consequence for you will be that you'll have the adventure of your life.
Jordan B. Peterson, live at CHI Health Center, February 22nd. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant... exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Small business owners, we know finishing your to-do list can feel like rowing upstream, but it's a river, a whitewater river, and the only paddles you have are pool noodles. Then when a new to-do pops up, you're like, nope, I'm already rowing upstream with these pool noodle paddles. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy to get personalized discounts with a commercial auto insurance quote online, so your to-do list is smooth sailing. See if you can save on commercial auto insurance in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverages and discounts not available in all states and subject to policy terms and underwriting.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time to make good on those New Year's fitness resolutions by becoming a member at Croc Center Omaha. We've got a full range of fitness activities, free weights, Zumba classes, an indoor water park, pickleball courts, and much more. And right now is the perfect time to join. Sign up before the end of February, and you can start your membership for just $1. Plus, we'll waive the registration fee. The Croc Center is just moments away from the Kennedy Freeway and Q Street. Go to omahacroc.org for more information. That's omahakroc.org.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
And again, we will continue to update you on what is happening right now in Kansas City. News outlets reporting that there's upwards of 10 victims in a shooting that took place after the end of the rally in Union Station in Kansas City, and there are 2 armed suspects in custody. More on this as the show and as the story develops here on 1620 The Zone. And on that awkward transition, we'll try to lighten things up a little bit and talk more about college football with Tom Fornelli of CBSSports.com, who joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Tom, good afternoon. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me. How are you?
Good. Not bad. Yesterday, the one of the big stories, among what seems like every day there's different things coming out, whether it's a conference commissioner saying something or a judge saying something or an attorney saying something, was that ESPN apparently is re-upping with the college football playoff. It's a 6-year deal, but technically it's a contract for an event that doesn't really exist yet. I mean, there's an agreement that they're going to do it, but once this current contract expires in 2 years, they haven't agreed on anything beyond that. So ESPN basically has signed on for an event that technically does not exist.
Yeah, the timing of it was kind of funny to me because, yeah, like you're saying, we don't know what the format of this thing is going to be. We know it's going to be 12 teams, and we know what it's going to look like for the next 2 years. The 6x6, 6 conference champions, 6 at large. That was the original model before, the Pac-12 fell off the face of the earth. But yeah, it's interesting. It was both surprising in that we have the deal, even though we don't know the format yet. And it's also surprising in that, it's less money than I thought it was going to be. Like, if you looked at reports for everything when they announced the expansion of the playoff, like there was, it could get upwards of $2 billion in television rights deals. And you just did not see that coming to the forefront in any of the reporting about it over the last few months, nor did you really get a great, there were rumors that other networks were interested, but I don't know how interested they were at the price point. And I feel like ESPN maybe just thought, it was bidding against itself and said, well, wait a minute, we don't need to spend that much money on it, because there really wasn't that much interest in what is now these additional games, because a lot of people look at these first round games, especially for the first 2 years, and they don't know how much a game between a 5 and a 12 seed is going to be worth as far as, television ratings. Obviously, it's a college football game, and it will get plenty of viewers, because on Tuesday nights and Wednesday nights during the regular season, millions of people are tuning into MAC games. So obviously a playoff game will get the viewers. It's just the worth that it has to the networks might not be as high as it was anticipated. So yeah, there were a whole lot of surprises about this coming out yesterday.
Tom, we are now about a little over a month removed from the national championship game, and a lot has happened in the college football world since then. If you push Saban off to the side, what has been the biggest story in your eyes that we have seen in the sport over the last month and change?
Oh man, we'll just push the Nick Saban thing.
Yeah, because he's the obvious answer, right?
Yeah, honestly, it is, to me, it is the just stuff like Chip Kelly leaving to become the offensive coordinator at Ohio State, or Jeff Hafley leaving Boston College to become an offensive or defensive coordinator with the Green Bay Packers. There is a weird shift in what we're seeing, in that it seems like, Coach, you look at the current landscape of the sport, and obviously we are in a very strange time in that a lot of forces are kind of coming together at once, and nobody really knows what to do with them, whether that's NIL or the transfer portal or the conference realignment, where we're now pretty much heading to what looks to be two quote unquote super leagues and everybody else. And now the Big Ten and the SEC are kind of, announcing, oh, we can't call it the alliance, but they're announcing some sort of partnership where they're working together to try to figure out the future of the sport. And there's a whole lot of stuff going on. And we don't know what this sport's going to look like in 2 years, in 3 years, what the rules are going to be, what teams are capable of doing. And I think you talk to coaches and you get the sense. Now, to be clear, college football coaches, ever since I've started working in this industry, are always complaining about something. They're no different. They're no different than any of us. We all have jobs. There are all parts of our jobs that we don't like, and we moan about and we complain about to our coworkers and friends. But there's a difference this time in that what coaches have to deal with, like by and large, it's usually some of them didn't like this, some of them didn't like this other aspect of the job. Pretty much 100% of coaches right now are not happy with the current situation in that they feel like they have to spend more time managing their roster and managing their boosters than they actually get to spend coaching football because of the NIL rules, because of the transfer portal, because players are freely able to move at will whenever they desire. And I think that while if you look at a Jeff Hafley situation, you can argue going into next year, if he didn't win enough games, he was going to be fired. He was resetting his clock. That is 100% the impetus for what he did. But you're kidding yourself if you don't think that everything else that goes into the job played a role in it, because he could have left for another college job. He wanted to go to the NFL. Chip Kelly was interviewing for the Seahawks offensive coordinator job, didn't get it. And then he loved his time at UCLA so much, even after not getting that job, he decides, I'll go become an offensive coordinator at Ohio State. So he's literally staying within the same conference, but taking a demotion and a pay cut to do so because he just wants to come up with plays and call plays. He doesn't want to spend any of the time doing all the other stuff that a head coach has to do these days. You look at now, talked about Nick Saban, Ryan Grubb comes with Kalen DeBoer from Washington to Tuscaloosa to be the offensive coordinator. Second that Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator job comes open, he's jumping ship. Jim Harbaugh obviously left Michigan for the NFL, but that's a completely different thing because Jim Harbaugh's always been an NFL coach who was taking a dalliance at the college level for a while. But right now, when you look at the landscape of college football coaches, anyone who can get an NFL gig is jumping at the chance to take that NFL gig because they are not happy with what they're being asked to do and what their responsibilities are at the college level. Now, obviously, some college coaches are making 10, 12 million a year. They're not getting offered that at the NFL, so they're not going to make that jump. But anybody who isn't at that level, who gets the chance, is going without thinking twice. And I think that is something that it's another one of the reasons where I think that whatever the future of college football is going to be, they need to figure it out quickly because coaches need to know what their jobs are and what's expected of them and what it's going to be. And right now, in all this time of uncertainty, a lot of good coaches that are making college football a better sport are leaving for the NFL. And I think it's to the detriment of college football.
Tom, it would seem that the biggest frustration, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is the ability for players to, just continually leave year after year after year, and that, it's free agency, but without the contracts, if you will. If I'm right on that, what is the fix for that moving forward?
Well, I think we're barreling towards players being employees. And there was, the Dartmouth case, which when it comes to the laws, fellas, I'm completely lost. I don't know what any employment law or any of this stuff. I have no idea how this is going to happen. But I don't see a scenario in which the end result isn't that players are employees and that college football programs technically break off from the universities and, whether they license them to the school or the schools license the names to the football teams and all that kind of stuff. That is where we're going to go. And you're going to see players, when they sign that national letter of intent or whatever the heck they're signing these days, it's no longer going to be an NLI. It's going to be a contract. You are here for however many years. If you want to leave, you can, but you break, there could be penalties for breaking the contract. They are going to be employees. They're going to be unionized. It is not going to be that different from what we're seeing at the professional level. The only difference will be, I don't know how you can get one giant union for, 130 some odd schools. Like, you look at professional sports, there's only 30 teams. There's a limit on how many players there can be, so it's easier to have a union. Where what it's going to look like at the college level, whether the unions are going to be based on conference or what they're going to be based on, I have no idea. Somebody much smarter than me will figure that out at some point, I'm sure. But I think that no matter what the situation is at the end of the day, like I said, these guys are going to be employees. They're going to be treated like employees. They're going to be treated no differently than the coaches. You have your contract. You either honor it or you pay to get out of it.
Tom Fornelli, CBSSports.com. We were talking about this late last week, and I wondered aloud if there are some athletes that would not want to unionize, because right now they have the best of the situation in that the money is unlimited. There's no caps. There's no salary caps. There's no contracts, as you mentioned. And there's no restrictions on if I want to transfer, I can transfer and I can start playing immediately the next season at my next school. And there might be a dispute within the athletes themselves, which is odd because a lot of the athletes are currently in junior high and high school right now. So the stuff that we're talking about, their future, is representing a group of kids that, right now are, just learning algebra, you know what I'm saying? So I almost wonder if how that unionization is actually going to happen, because I sense there might be some, high rated 5-star players going, no, man, I got a great situation here.
I don't know. I think my guess, and this is just a pure guess, is that the conferences will be the ones that are kind of really implementing the quote-unquote unions. And I don't know, maybe it won't actually be a traditional union as much as it'll be some sort of collective to where, you go to work for this company and you agree to work for it, or whatever the legalese and the right-arounds and the bubbles and the loopholes will be to get through it. It's going to be a very odd situation, because you're right. Like, right now, the kids that are probably going to be impacted by this, by the time this becomes normal, are probably 11 or 12 years old. These are the kids that we're talking about that will be stepping into this situation. But yeah, there will be disagreements, and there will be players who get screwed by it, because there are going to be some guys who are going to get capped by what they can earn. But you know what that's just going to lead to? We're going to go right back to where we started, where a kid's going to, you're only allowed to make, let's just say, $1.5 million a year. That is the maximum salary for a college football player. Well, there's still going to be bagmen paying you outside of that. And then that's what we're going to see. That's what the new NCAA penalties will be. It'll be, breaking salary cap rules for players with illegal payments from outside boosters. So in a strange way, my guess is we all end up right where we started.
Tom, looking on the field, I've been thinking a lot about Ohio State recently with all of the additions that they have had, whether it's with the players themselves or certainly with the coaching staff. Obviously, we began this conversation talking about Chip Kelly becoming their offensive coordinator. Can you think of a team in recent vintage that will enter a year with like this kind of pressure? Because it's like a different pressure than certainly, like a Jimbo Fisher, where it felt like, all right, this is the year you got to make hay or you're going to get fired. I don't think that Day is going to get fired, yet it does seem like a national championship or bust type season for the Buckeyes.
Oh, see, that's where we disagree. I think if Ohio State loses to Michigan again, especially now that Jim Harbaugh's left, or if they don't win the Big Ten, I do think Ryan Day will get fired. I think that there are already people that kind of, there's a new athletic director in charge. Ross Bjork just came from, Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
He had been at Ole Miss. And I do think that, if they lose again, and I think that's part of the I don't want to use desperation because it's not what I truly mean, but they are, they're going all in. They have pushed all their chips in the middle of the table. They have been motivated by what Michigan has done and by the fact that they have not been able to get past the Wolverines in recent years to say, okay, if this is what we have to do, this is what we're going to do. But I think with a new athletic director in charge, with a new Big Ten, a new format coming to the college football playoff, it is very, very, if you look at it from an outside perspective and try to use logic, which I never advise to figure out college football, it is the dumbest idea ever that a guy with Ryan Day's record could be on the hot seat, but he very much is. That's how important it is to beat Michigan if you are at Ohio State. For Ohio State fans, there are already a bunch of Ohio State fans who want Day fired now. So if they go into next year and they fail to accomplish these goals again, I think he's gone. But as for the approach, yes, this this is the most all-in I can think of as far as what we have seen in this new era with NIL and transfer portal. This is the best example of what you're capable of if you have the funds and the ability and the want to do it, because they have done a tremendous job, getting Will Howard. But then you bring in Caleb Downs, you bring in all these other studs, Quinshon Judkins, to help offset the running back, to take some of the load off Trevion Henderson's plate, who, as good as he is, has been banged up plenty of times the last couple of years. So you can lighten his load. Judkins has been a huge workhorse at Ole Miss. He gets a chance to lighten his load and also showcase his ability on a very good offense. And then, yes, you bring in Chip Kelly, who is one of the most innovative offensive minds in the sport of football. This is like, if Ohio State does not win the Big Ten next year, it will be a colossal failure, because when you put all that and then combine it with the changes that Michigan is undergoing with Jim Harbaugh leaving and taking a huge portion of that coaching staff with him to the NFL, whether to the Chargers or like guys like Mike McDonald taking the Seahawks job, like the conference, even with Oregon, USC, Washington, and UCLA coming in, is set up for Ohio State to win it. And if they don't, going to look a lot different in Ohio State next season.
Tom Fornelli of CBSSports.com is joining us. We're going to have a conversation a little bit later on in the show, because the UCLA job being what it is, and they're moving into the Big Ten Conference, it's a huge transition for them. And you think about that market, and you think about what they already compete against, and now they're leaving for another league. There's been opinions in the past that there's no such thing as a bad Big Ten job, because the Big Ten is if it is the richest conference, and you'd rather be in the club than not in the club. But could an argument be made, as Paul Feinbaum has done, that UCLA is a dead end job?
I think history, like there's certainly, if you look at what's happened there with their last few head coaching hires, it's kind of hard to argue against it, because it's been a while since UCLA has had a coach go there and improve their reputation. It is not the easiest place to win, but part of that, and I think what UCLA fans are kind of really hoping for changes, or at least the UCLA fans who care about the football program, is there really hasn't been leadership within that school as far as like at the presidential level or the chancellor level that cares about football. And the current president of the university is set to retire, and they're hoping that the person that they bring in understands. I mean, your school is now playing in the Big Ten. If that doesn't wake you up to how important football is as far as revenue and bringing money into your university, a university, by the way, that is operating at a deficit and has has had some financial issues in recent years. So the hope, if you're a UCLA fan, is the approach to football changes. Will it? I don't know, because like the LA market, you could talk about the size of it, and it is, the second largest market in the United States, but it is not a huge sports market. Like the Lakers have fans because, they've had a ton of success. When USC was successful, they had plenty of fans, because the thing about Los Angeles is you have to be cool, and you can't be cool if you aren't winning. So when you look at UCLA, yes, it has history, but it's not the easiest place to win, because you're competing with USC as far as being in the Los Angeles market, and USC is the quote-unquote cooler brand with a lot of high school kids, and they've also had more success. But it's also, the Rose Bowl, as great of a venue as it is, as iconic as it is, it's not on campus. It's not just, an easy place to get to. It's hard to draw fans out there. You have to find a coach who's going to be able to come in and win football games and make you cool. And as we have seen, it's been hard for a lot of guys to do that. Like Jim Mora had successful seasons, but they never broke through. Rick Neuheisel had successful seasons, but they never really broke through that ceiling. Can Deshaun Foster get there? History suggests otherwise. So I kind of agree with, I don't know. I think calling it a dead end job is probably a little too harsh, because I'd love to get a dead end job that's going to pay me $6 million a year and then fire me with a nice hefty buyout on it. But yeah, it is not the job. It's not a job that has proven to be very, lead to a trajectory to a better gig. There haven't been a lot, like, again, he did it by his own accord, but their current head coach left to be an offensive coordinator at another school within their own conference. So yeah, there's definitely evidence that suggests there's not a lot of upward mobility once you become the UCLA head coach.
Tom Fornelli, CBSSports.com. Tom, we appreciate the conversation this afternoon. Have a great rest of your week. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Tom Fornelli on the 42 Degrees, The Source hotline. We'll have that conversation in a little bit here on the Big Ten and coaching jobs. A couple of the things we didn't get a chance to get to with Tom. There is talk now of college football adding the 2-minute warning.
Why is that bad?
I'm not saying it's bad. I don't really have a strong opinion either way, but let's be real. The only reason they're adding it.
Oh, it's commercials. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Which makes sense
because they lost out on. I mean, I guess it's not like there was commercials after every first down, but the games have gotten shorter, so now they got to make them a little bit longer.
Well, yeah, the games have gotten shorter, but that didn't shorten the number of commercial breaks.
I think if you're going to do that, might as well just punt on having the clock stoppage in the last 2 minutes anyway.
If you want to do full NFL timing rules, then fine.
I don't have any issue.
Which I don't have fine.
If they want to do an NFL rule that I want to see in college, it's a player who goes down without getting touched should be able to get back up. I think that is a rule that they should absolutely incorporate into the college game. I hate that you're not allowed to do that in the sport.
I don't have a strong take on this either way, but I also know what the motivation.
Of course,
is.
Yeah, it's money. It's a free way to get a little bit more money.
Did you know why? And by the way, the 2-minute warning is about as close as the NFL gets to an unnecessary gimmick rule as the NBA's advance the ball.
Yeah, but it's been around forever, so we don't even think about it.
You know why the 2-minute warning exists in the first place?
It was. I know I've read about it.
It does not have to do with commercials.
It was something for the old stadiums or something.
So, according to The Athletic, the NFL introduced the 2-minute warning in 1942. It was introduced simply because officials were the ones that kept the time. So they kept the time on the field. Most stadiums didn't have scoreboard clocks. Or if they did, they weren't the official time.
So it was a way to get everything locked into.
So the stoppage let everyone know what the clock situation was.
Mm-hmm.
It was just kind of a way to say, all right, we got 2 minutes left in the game. The official timer on the field, us, are telling you there's 2 minutes left. So they would stop the game at that point.
Yeah.
And just let everyone know, all right, there's 2 minutes left. So it had nothing to do with media. It had nothing to do with commercials. And that's why it exists. And of course, it's been there ever since. And it exists now. I mean, it's an extra media timeout, which is funny because not everyone uses it as a commercial break. NBC and Amazon,
they use it as kind of
they use it as a chance to promote something, but they stay at the stadium. Amazon does hey, here's what's coming up this weekend, and they show all
that
the
little thing,
games.
the little piano music that they play.
And then
here's what's coming up on Sunday.
NBC will use it to either promote the game next week or something like that, but they won't. So it's interesting.
I've noticed that some networks, it depends on the week. Sometimes NBC does go to commercial. Other times they don't. So
maybe it's when they have extra inventory that they have to sell.
By the way, will you finally acknowledge, Josh, you were right about Ryan Day and what pressure is on him moving forward? Nope. Okay. Interesting.
Nope.
Tom Fornelli, a very handsome individual who does have a beard, says that,
there's no doubt that if Ohio State doesn't do something this year, that the fire will be turned up. I don't know if it'll go to the point where they fire him, but the fire will definitely be turned up. Here's my question.
Be a tough loss if they lost to Michigan again.
Here's the question for the greater good.
Okay.
Ohio State has replenished their supply. They've retained a lot of dudes from last year.
Tons of players.
I mean, they have done a great job of maintaining and building their roster.
Yeah, they don't have their quarterback back, which they're fine with, and obviously they lost Marvin Harrison.
Well, they're fine, but my question is, with all that talent back, do you trust Will Howard to be the guy?
No.
To lead them back?
He's good. He is good, but he ain't CJ Stroud. Like, that's kind of the bar, right? He ain't Justin Fields.
I know.
You know, he's not even Dwayne Haskins. He's good, but he ain't that.
That's the one thing I would have.
Tough luck, Ohio State. Yikes.
He could be the Brock.
He's no J.J. McCarthy.
He could be the Brock Purdy of the college football season.
I can't wait for the takes all year on him.
Oh, there'll be takes.
Mm-hmm.
This much I will give you. There will be many takes.
On Will Howard?
On Ohio State.
Oh, yeah.
Many takes on Ohio State.
There's an email I want to read that I didn't want to read it now because it would take too long to get into the topic, but from John, and I've heard this from a lot of listeners whenever the idea of players becoming employees comes up. And I it's not that I want to poke holes in it, but I kind of have a question off of it that I would like to get to.
No further updates. Nothing other than I did see one still photograph of one of the possible suspects. It was someone who was definitely being detained, but I can't confirm by the picture alone that it's one of the people that was involved in the shooting. But it looked like a middle-aged, heavier set man wearing an all red jumpsuit, but it had no Chiefs insignias on it. It was just a head to toe red jump, kind of a sweatshirt, sweatpants type situation.
Okay.
But there are 2 people in custody. There are upwards of 10 victims being reported, and at least 5 who have been hospitalized. And that's the only thing confirmed so far. The only thing I've seen from any official Chiefs side, I saw Patrick Mahomes tweet, prayers up tweet. I've not seen anything from the official Chiefs account. The actual celebration, the speeches, all of that stuff had already ended.
Mm-hmm.
And judging by what I've been able to glean, it looked like, most of the participants had left the staging area when this took place. But that's only what I could glean so far. I don't know anything, definitive if any of the Chiefs or any of the notables up on the stage were close by when this took place, or how long after it was when it took place. But obviously a very scary situation. We'll continue to update throughout the show today on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
The first time I ever did the Mel Kiper Jr. impression on TV, as though it was part of the draft. They didn't announce it as a comedic bit or anything. He says his name all the time. He does say McShay. He does say McShay, but it's not as funny as saying Todd. And they kept going, Todd. Say your name over and over and over, hit the T hard. Todd.
Yeah, in a way, you've ruined all Todds. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mid to upper 50s for a high temperature this evening. More clouds working in along with a southeast breeze. By the evening time frame, you're talking about a small chance of a shower. Tomorrow morning, a starting temperature near 30 degrees and eventually warming up to about 41 degrees with a colder northwest breeze. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery. KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, offers exterior solutions that help you protect your number one investment. Whether it's roofing and siding or windows and doors, they're committed to excellence, quality, and outstanding customer service in every step of the process. When it's time to protect the exterior of your home, your choice is simple. Turn to who the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Check them out online and schedule a free estimate today. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
If you're a fan of Chicago, witness North America's #1 Chicago tribute band, Brass Transit. Brass Transit, February 17th at the Holland Center, featuring your Omaha Symphony. This one-night-only event features the 24-year-old tribute band performing classic Chicago songs like Saturday in the Park and You're the Inspiration. Get more info at omahasymphony.org. Tickets start at just $20 and they're going fast. Get yours today. Don't miss Brass Transit, February 17th at the Holland Center.
Looking for a sweet treat that will transport you back into time? Look no further than Ted and Wally's. With 2 convenient locations in Benson and the Old Market, it's the perfect place to satisfy your cravings. Whether you're downtown or in Benson, make sure to stop in. And if you're catching a basketball game, why not indulge in a delicious dessert afterwards? With over 3,000 flavors to choose from, there's something for everyone. Don't forget to check out our social media for daily flavors. Ted and Wally's, serving up nostalgia at its finest for over 35 years. Visit tedandwallys.com for more information.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Omaha native Frankie Fiddler is top 20 in the NCAA Division I scoring and leading the Omaha Maverick men's basketball team in a run for the conference title. The Maverick men are at home against South Dakota on Thursday and South Dakota State on Saturday. And Maverick hockey only has 4 regular season home games left on February 23rd and 24th when they take on Colorado College in a top 20 matchup. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now. Call the box office at 402-554-MAVS or omavs.com/tigs.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct. You know, there was some shenanigans going on. The 1620. The Zone.
Kansas City Fire Department, according to the CNN graphic, has now confirmed 1 dead, 9 injured in the shooting near Union Station at the end of the Chiefs Super Bowl victory rally in downtown Kansas City. This is the first confirmation that we have seen. And now I'm also watching KMBC. I've got a Kansas City. ESPN has simulcast their broadcast. Their graphic says 10 people shot, 3 critical, 1 dead. That's according to KMBC, ABC affiliate in Kansas City. So this is just coming across as we're coming back on the air here. But this was an incident that took place. I was watching a video during the break of one of the local reporters. It wasn't a live shot, but he was just standing by at his camera and someone was rolling tape. And he was probably standing, I don't know, maybe a city block away from the Union Station, and you could faintly hear some rapid fire pops in the background, faintly. And then, he realizes something's going on. People are starting to move quickly, and then he says, guys, something's going on, and that's when the video shuts off. But that's the latest right now, and we're watching live pictures right now. If ESPN's going to stay with this might be better coverage because it's local. But they've got law enforcement snipers up on the roofs of some of the taller buildings in the area. But again, according to KMBC in Kansas City, 10 shot, 3 critical, 1 dead.
Yeah, I just saw a video of one of the
I was looking at
Did
that
you
too.
see that? Yeah, the shooter is running, and then
or they're at least someone that they believe is the shooter. I guess we can't confirm it, but
got tackled by a couple of Chiefs fans there.
So this is heartbreaking. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I often will talk with people who will mention, John, like going places and how they now for years have not felt comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's going to the grocery store, going to the movie theater, and there was a tweet earlier from RG3 that essentially said the same thing, where it's kids can't go to school, believers can't go to church, families can't go to the grocery store, and now fans can't go to a Super Bowl parade. And I have always, lament isn't the right word, but whenever I will have these conversations with people, I will always say, like, yeah, it's wild. I don't ever think that way. When I go to the store, my mind is not on, this would be a perfect opportunity for something horrific to happen.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever, I would say for better and for worse, I don't think that way. I think for better because I am not riddled with anxiety on a daily basis. For worse because perhaps I should be more present in that something like this can happen. But I would lie if I hadn't ever thought, man, you have these events or you just have sporting events in general where there are thousands. How many fans were at the game last night? How many fans were at the Super Bowl? How many fans were there today? How many fans will be at spring training? Whatever event you want to use, these things are filled with thousands of individuals.
And having, this is not a presidential
correct
parade or a motorcade,
and it's not people going into a stadium where you're going to get patted down, right? Like everyone's just there. It's a city,
and there is security, and there was a very healthy law enforcement presence there. But I'm guessing there weren't people going through metal detectors to get to the curbside so they could line the streets, or when they gathered in front of the Union Station. Yeah, there were probably, there was a presence, but it's not like when you go through the airport and you're going through security or anything.
It's just so different.
It is. And those types of events, going into a more of a controlled area like a sports arena, a stadium, I think we're safer today than we were 5-10 years ago.
100%, yeah.
Not that we're always going through metal detectors necessarily, but I think just people, just in general, people are a little more diligent. You can't bring in,
Certain
large
things.
bags, for example. You
Yeah,
have to have certain size bags.
See-through bags.
Exactly. So I'm not saying that arenas and stadiums are infallible, but events like this, large public gatherings in just giant open spaces.
Yeah.
These are, types of places where, maybe you would think that, and I've always kind of been one, I'm not a huge fan of crowds. Never really been a huge fan of crowds. I mean, I like going to filled sports arenas and feeling the energy, but usually when I'm in that spot, I'm sitting courtside, or I'm in a spot where I'm not crowded.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I used to, events like this, just, they do make you wonder. And it's incredible that we are so laissez-faire at times when it comes to addressing these issues. And I don't want to get too far down the political road, because I know everybody's got their takes and everybody's got their side, and no one's going to ever change their mind. But if people are going to continue to lock themselves out from having a healthy conversation, then these things are going to continue to happen.
100%.
Period. End of story.
Yeah.
The definition of insanity is expecting different results doing the same exact thing.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm going to offer on that.
It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. Stuff like this continues to happen.
This is the
it's
greatest
a literal
moment.
John, it's a literal celebration.
This is the greatest moment in the history of the city of Kansas City.
It's a parade. These are events to celebrate, to come together.
This is a community. This is a community or a kingdom, as they like to call it, coming together and celebrating a great achievement.
Correct.
It's a great civic achievement, especially in a place like Kansas City, which gets overlooked because it's not New York,
country.
It's not Boston, it's not Chicago, it's not Los Angeles. And the reason why the Chiefs in places like Kansas City or Green Bay, Milwaukee, Minnesota have these really rabid, go anywhere, do anything type fan bases, because it's very much like a college atmosphere. The feeling, and it's not to say that 49er fans, who obviously were very present in the Super Bowl, or Rams fans or Bears fans, that they aren't passionate too, but there's like there's an extra level of zeal,
of pride,
when it comes to these smaller market teams, because it's more like a college atmosphere, because they truly identify the Chiefs are my team because they're in my city and they represent me. And you get a little more of that than you do in the bigger cities. And it's not a value judgment. It's just how it is. That's why the Chiefs kingdom travels so well. It's why you see him take over so many stadiums. And so this is a moment to celebrate that. And anybody who was a Chiefs fan and was within driving distance of this wanted to be there and probably was there.
Yeah. Not thinking anything about it. I mentioned one of my best friends was there. He was there with his wife and their 2 children, and how many other, and their kids are 5 and under, I think. How many people were like that were there with their children? How many people were there with, babies, for lack of a better word?
Hey, I want to tell my son someday that you were
Correct.
2 years old and I took you to the Chiefs championship and you saw Patrick Mahomes drive by on a bus.
Yeah, one of them. So it's my friend Rob. He sent this video earlier, and his kid is on his back, and he says, "Hey, look up," because they have all the confetti falling. And I thought, what a special moment that they will always have to share together. And now I know that whenever he stumbles upon that video or stumbles upon pictures that it will always have this connotation. And like he is one of the thankfully many lucky ones, but how many others are saying, yeah, not only will I remember this day for the wrong reasons, but I am related to, or I know, or I am one of the victims who is actually affected by
or
this
just
directly.
close.
Yeah, exactly.
Close. You know, how many people are going to have PTSD because of this?
Correct.
Because this is a traumatic situation. So again, according to KMBC, Kansas City, ABC affiliate, 10 shot, 3 critical, 1 dead. 2 suspects, 2 armed suspects are in custody. And that's the latest from Kansas City.
Yeah.
We'll move on, change the subject, because coming up, I want to go back to the Creighton conversation and look at the rest of their schedule.
Mm-hmm.
But then Ed Cooley said something last night that the conspiracy theorists. Well, we'll let you hear what he said.
All right. Yeah.
And there's been some conversation today.
Yeah.
And we can engage in that conversation next on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Hair loss, ED, loss of libido, or lack of energy altogether. These are things that can happen to many of us guys as we age. But you don't have to shy away from the problem or resign yourself to it. John Bishop here to tell you that hims.com is here to help. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com and do something about it. Hims is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, Hims can help. The whole process is online. With Hims, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, Hims fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant... exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Planning something fun for your office, family, or friends? Joe's Karting is for you. Take a break. Come to Joe's to race, relax, and recharge. Great for team building. Ditch the speaker and burn some rubber. Trust us, Joe says you'll leave motivated. Joe's Karting race packages range from providing simple stress relief races to the real deal race experience. Check us out at joeskarting.com. Remember, go to Joe's, your place to race.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
So, Isabella, you're in high school earning college credits?
Tuition-free college credits.
Tuition-free? Your mom's got a...
Love that.
Hey, Maya, hold up. You'll graduate from high school.
But my college gen ed's knocked out. Tuition-free.
That's got to save you and your parents thousands in college tuition. How about you, Ian?
I'll be debt-free thanks to MCC.
Earn college credits while still in high school. Tuition-free. Get started at mccneb.edu/tuition-free. Classes start March 7th.
This is me at MCC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back on Sportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app. We will continue to monitor the situation. Nothing has changed since the last break in the shooting that took place at the end of the Chiefs' victory celebration in Kansas City. So the Blue Jays winning last night, handily over Georgetown. Sorry, Jed.
And Asian Joe, which I didn't realize either.
I didn't know. Oh, did he get sucked over into the Georgetown?
Yeah, he had a
cult
tweet
too?
last night, like, my yearly, trip to the arena to watch them lose to Creighton or something like that. Yeah.
I mean, there is a generation of folks. They grew up in my generation that Georgetown was the bee's knees. They were the cool team to root for.
Like when I was growing up, it was North Carolina, even though they kind of stunk for a few years. Duke, Kansas. Georgetown would have been that way in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
If you were like, both the local teams stink, I want to watch someone that's good, Georgetown was probably one of the many picks.
Being a Georgetown fan was like being a Raider fan or a Miami Hurricane fan. There was a certain rebellion to rooting for Georgetown because, Georgetown had a very, they have the way they handle themselves very different. The Hoya paranoia. It's a very fascinating story if you want to go back and look through time. But enough about Georgetown because
they lost.
They're very, very, very stinky. But the Blue, that was the last winnable game that was seemingly left on the Creighton schedule because look at the rest of the schedule.
Lots of quad ones.
All the road teams that are left are teams that are fighting for their tournament lives. Butler this weekend, St. John's in 2 weekends, and Villanova the final weekend of the regular season. And right now, going to the Funalytics tab on my buddy Bart because Bart is about fun. Butler is 1 spot ahead of Nebraska in the last 4 in category.
Oh, so Nebraska is an in team today. Yesterday they were out.
Yes.
Today they're in.
St. John's is 1 spot behind Nebraska, literally the last team in. And Villanova is the first team out. There's Creighton's 3 opponents on the road, all fighting for their tournament lives, according to the bracketologist and my buddy Bart. And then you get the home games, all of them against teams that Creighton either started the week tied with or are ahead of the Blue Jays in the league standings. UConn next Tuesday, Seton Hall the following Wednesday, and Marquette on March the 2nd.
That's crazy, that short turnaround from Seton Hall to Marquette. Heck, even throw in St. John's in there, too, where you have a game the 25th to 28th. Of course, this is a leap year. And then they play again on the 2nd before that week off, before their final game of the year. Before the conference tournament, of course.
And denote, if you're not watching along in the stream, all those quad 1 games. 5 of the 6 right now would be classified as quad 1 based on their net ranking. And only the Seton Hall game at home on February 28th would be a quad 2 because they are currently 75th in the net rankings. So as of right now, Blue Jays are 4-4 against quad 1 and 4-3 against quad 2. So I went and did a little research. Among the teams that are rated in the top 20 in the net rankings, of which Creighton is currently 15th in the net rankings, who has played the most Q1, Q2 games? Wisconsin. The reason why Wisconsin is still a top 20 team in the net,
Even though they're struggling
right now, they have played 19 games.
That's crazy.
Against quad 1 or quad 2 competition, and they are 11-8 in those games. Then you have Purdue, the Boilermakers. They've played 17 games against Q1, Q2 competition. They're 15-2.
Real quick, I thought suddenly this was just going to turn into the Big Ten Invitational, but those are actually the only 2 Big Ten teams that are going to be on the rest of this list.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And then there is a 7-way tie for third place. Most quad 1, Q1 or Q2 games played amongst the top 20 in the net rankings with 15 each. UConn, Bama, Tennessee, Marquette, North Carolina, Baylor, and Creighton.
So 3 Big East teams, 2 SEC teams, an ACC team, and a Big 12 team.
And the reason I point that out is because, again, going back to the previous page,
they will add.
You're going to add
6 more.
You're going to add 6 more Q1, Q2 games, and 5 of them will be in the quad 1 bracket.
Yeah.
So that number by the end of the season and there, there's always a little shuffling because teams drop, teams, rise and fall.
Yeah, successes and failures are going to move stuff around.
But there's the potential by the end of the regular season, not even counting the Big East tournament, that Creighton will have played 21 games, 21 of their 31 games against Q1 or Q2 competition.
Yeah.
So to say that this schedule has been an interesting one is
nice little tease for something coming up
later.
later. I was like,
That's
who's
later.
that? Who's that nerd?
That's later.
Yeah.
That's later. But yeah, now the question now is, are the Jays ready for this grind? Based on what we've seen here, what are we looking at? My buddy Bart says that he projects Creighton to go 3-3 over the course of these 6 games, which would leave them at 21 wins, 10 losses. And so that would be what, 11-9 in the Big East? No, 12-8. Sorry, 12-8 in the Big East. That's what they are projecting right now. And if you look at the win percentages, the Seton Hall game is 80% because it's at home. The Marquette game is 56% chance of winning. That's at home. And the others are all in the low to mid 40s. Well, Butler's basically a coin flip. But they're all going to be extra tight, extra snug, extra intense. And with teams like Butler, St. John's, and Villanova fighting for their tournament lives. So you're going to get everyone's best shot.
Patrick writes, Creighton has a minimum 4 losses left on the schedule. Patrick, I would say, one of the more pessimistic Creighton fans in our audience.
Okay.
I've won beer off of him before because of his pessimism. So we'll see if he's right.
Yeah. Now, is that 4 losses in this group of 6 or 4 losses counting the conference tournament?
I believe he's saying 4 losses minimum.
So he's saying
they're
going to go 2-4 in this stretch.
I mean, I certainly would chalk up UConn as a loss. I would, personally. And then after that, I'd say you go 2-1 or 1-2 on the road. So you're looking at either 2-2 or 1-3. And then can you go, you should beat Seton Hall. I think 500. That sounds about right. In the final
if I were
6.
to
2-4 or 3-3.
If I were to pitch to you, 3-3 is acceptable. Talking about from a Creighton standpoint.
So you get to 21-10.
So 3-3 is acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Anything above that is super cool, neato, awesome.
Super cool, neato, awesome.
And anything, starting
anything
with,
below that is, no, Patrick is right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Patrick would be right.
He would be, yes, because he says 2-4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I could sell you on that, it's possible. It's certainly possible. I if you want to look at it game by game,
just have to be more consistent. They've not been consistent.
Well, they've been consistent on offense.
Yeah, that's true. But but that's the thing. They've not been consistent on defense, and they've yo-yoed around. Where the defense had those 2 horrible games in a row, and the offense did play well, but the defense did not. And the offense, you certainly do trust that a whole lot at this point in time.
And the argument could be made, hey, Butler made a ton more shots than they were expected to.
Mm-hmm. Well,
that they're not going to shoot that well again.
Yeah, the very next game, what do they go? Have a horrible shooting percentage.
Exactly. Last night they didn't shoot ball well either.
Yeah, for sure.
Marquette, in losing that game. UConn, that's going to be an absolute bear. But then you think, hey, playing at home. Remember, that game was lost because Creighton couldn't clear a board.
Mm-hmm.
They got the initial stop. They held UConn to sub 40% shooting. But the second chances were the things that turned that game around. St. John's, that was a battle here. I expect it's going to be a battle in the Garden where the Jays have never won a regular season game since joining the Big East. Now, this will only be, I think, their 3rd opportunity at a regular season
And that's
game.
on the eye.
Yes, that's on CBS. Seton Hall, you beat them there. You should beat them at home. Marquette, it almost doesn't matter where you play that game. Marquette just seems to have Creighton's number right now. And Villanova, that was another game the Jays let get away.
Yeah, that was all the way back in December.
Of all the losses this season, even more so than UNLV, that's the loss that's like, man, that's the one that doesn't make sense.
That sticks in your craw?
Yes, absolutely. Had no business losing that game. Creighton is a better basketball team than Villanova. So we'll see, but it's gonna be a real intense fight. A real intense fight.
Yeah, I've been saying for months now, and Jack and I have talked about this a lot when he's filled in for you. But the idea of this year having similarities to the season a decade ago, where every night kind of feels like, we do the who you're rooting for bit, but every night, whether you're a Creighton fan or a Nebraska fan, you're kind of paying attention to each other because both teams are good. Both teams are chasing tournament berths. I think that the similarities have kind of disappeared outside of teams playing for, tournament berths. I don't think that this Creighton team is very similar to that one. I don't think this Nebraska team is very similar to that one. Honestly, I think the thing for me is that the inconsistency of the teams is maybe where they kind of separate from what they were a decade ago. But yeah, I mean, this sets up a wild 6-game stretch of games where you get past last night and everything is going to be really, really difficult now moving forward.
Yeah. Wanted to play you this piece of audio. This was at the very end of Ed Cooley's press conference. He had answered his last question. He asked any more questions, and then no one had a question. So he's getting up from the table, walking away, but close enough to the microphones. And it's not like
who's he talking to when he says this?
He's just talking to the reporters in general in the audience.
Okay.
Because it's in the media room.
Okay.
Here's Ed Cooley.
They played really, really well today. You guys got a hell of a coach, too. Hope y'all appreciate it.
And the conspiracy-minded are like, oh, what does that mean? Is that coded language for he's leaving?
Conspiracy-minded?
And then, of course, Chris Holtmann, who the head coach at Ohio State, got fired today.
And, I mean, it's not a conspiracy to say that Greg McDermott has kicked the tires on Ohio State before.
6 years ago, yes.
7 years ago.
7 years ago,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that did happen.
Mm-hmm.
So what are the conspiracy-minded saying?
I don't know.
As the voice of the conspiracy-minded.
I don't know. Well, first of all, I don't know what you're talking about. All I can do is reach out to those that I trust and find out. The question that I asked multiple people today was, let me find I just want to make sure I have the exact phrasing that I used earlier today. Is this ominous? And every response that I received was yes. It is
this
ominous.
Meaning this?
That quote.
They played really, really well today. You guys got a hell of a coach, too.
And then it is something sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the money part of the quote there, but that is something to pay attention to. That this is, and I know there are some that really don't like that say, no, you know, folks have been predicting that Mac would leave for years or he would retire. Mm-hmm. That's been a theory for years. Mm-hmm. But see, and this is the part where I want to say, like, it's no secret that him and his boss, you know, but I don't know if that is an open secret. I don't know how people or what people know about Mac and his boss, which is no longer Bruce Rasmussen right now. And you think of the comments that happened 3 years ago now, right? In 2021 in the locker room. That was 3 years ago. Not 2, that was 3. And how I think that in that moment, there were some within the athletic department that wanted him gone. And then they go to the Sweet 16. Then last year they make the Elite 8. I don't think that things are copacetic right now with all parties involved inside of that athletic department, is how I would describe it currently.
I would say this. It is not the same. It's not, and it was never going to be the same relationship between Mac and the athletic director as it was when Bruce Rasmussen was there.
Yeah.
They're still very close friends to this day.
Yeah.
Ras is at every home game, and he always, comes over and they shake hands and exchange words and pleasantries and things of that nature. They're friends.
Mm-hmm.
Very good friends.
And by the way, I don't know if we said it. Did we say that Cooley and him are tight as well?
And yes, Ed Cooley.
Very
tight.
Yeah,
now,
for those wondering,
now,
so wait, why does that quote matter?
Now,
in particular?
I would say this, couple of things. Number one, I've heard Ed Cooley say that about other coaches in the conference.
Sure.
Ed Cooley also, he knows how the game is played.
100%.
Coaches look out for other coaches. Coaches who are friends with other coaches really look out for those coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always a game being played in terms of making sure that people understand that this is a tough job. This guy's really good. And be careful what you wish for because you just might get it. And that, in my opinion, is what Ed Cooley was doing there. Now, certainly the two have had conversations. Mac talked with Ed Cooley before he took the Georgetown job. I'm not saying Mac told him to take the Georgetown job, but he did confide in Greg McDermott about the Georgetown job. They're friends.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys are very tight, and they're looking out for each other. And they'll always say good things about each other publicly and back each other publicly.
Yeah.
So I don't think, that it may and it may not be interrelated to, call them the conspiracy-minded, call them folks that are worried, call them folks that are insiders, whatever. The only thing I can say is this, that's definitive, as close to definitive as I can make it. We are closer to the end of the Greg McDermott era than we are to the beginning.
Oh, 100%.
Greg McDermott will not be coaching at age 70.
It's just the question is how close. Yeah, how close is close? Are we a month away or are we years away still?
Yeah.
That's the question.
And anymore, if there's one thing the last few years have taught me in a variety of different things, I assume nothing. I will not be knocked over with a feather if this is Greg McDermott's last year at Creighton. I will also not be surprised if he comes back next year.
Yeah.
My gut says that he will be back next year, but nothing is a guarantee and nothing is a surprise. I don't think, if you're worried about this whole Ohio State stuff, I don't think Ohio State's that kind of a job.
Yeah, for the record, us talking about this today is not because of the Ohio State job.
Right. I don't think that this
isn't related to that.
He's turned it down once. And also keep in mind, even though Gene Smith was the one that pulled the trigger today, Gene Smith will not be making the hire. Ross Bjork, the soon-to-be former athletic director at Texas A&M, who got the job and is kind of waiting on, he's going to be making the call.
It is interesting that now Ted Carter is over there. But I'm with you. I don't think that's I don't think that's where he goes.
And people might think this one way or another. Honestly, I don't think Ohio State's a better job than Creighton from a basketball standpoint.
The question is, and how much does Matt care or not care about money? I have no idea.
Yeah,
I've never asked
from
him.
From money standpoint,
because that's the thing that they can offer him. And one of the things that I was told earlier today was that he is not in the vicinity, because we don't know his numbers. I don't know his numbers.
It's a private school.
Because it's a private school. We don't have to know their numbers. But he is closer to one end of the spectrum than he should be.
Right.
Is kind of what I would feel comfortable saying.
But in terms of, if at this point, unless you truly are just chasing the almighty dollar, it's not a better situation.
No,
it's a worse situation because
I don't think that's what he wants. I think he wants a place that he feels appreciated
and has a chance to win
games. Yes, because again, he is closer to the end of his career period. Forget the Creighton part, but he's closer to the end of his career period than he is the beginning. And so I think he wants to win, and I think he wants to work for and with people that he likes working for and with.
Correct. So, yeah, welcome to the jungle. That's the way it is. When you have a coach who's very well respected and,
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I always feel this way too about any time a coach there's interest level from other schools. Like Nebraska fans should take pride in the fact that Tony White is wanted.
Yeah.
If Matt Rule ever got good, Nebraska, Creighton fans should take pride. I think where the frustration lies is this just doesn't seem like looking for that next step, again, because of his age and because of where he's at in his career. And there seem to be other forces at play in terms of why this could be the end versus, not.
Yeah. So that like I said, I'm not going to be knocked over with a feather in any case. I'm really not, And I have never, ever, ever that I can remember talk about. The only time we've ever talked about his future is, the joke that one day he was going to retire and coach some Division III team in Arizona just because he wants to be closer to Arizona in the golf. That's it.
Yeah.
He's like I said, he's closer to the end of his tenure at Creighton than he is to the beginning.
Yeah.
And that's, he's been here for 14 years. So
crazy.
Yeah. There's no way he's going to be here for another 14. I'd be stunned.
Yeah.
Because it's, he does fancy himself one day being able to retire and golf and relax and enjoy the sunshine.
Yep, indeed.
All right, more coming up. We'll get an update from what's happening in Kansas City, but also speaking of jobs, is the Big Ten, is every Big Ten job a great job? We're talking football now on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently no wrecks to worry about this afternoon. We are getting reports of a little bit of a delay on westbound Dodge between 80th and 90th. Same goes between 680 and 108th on westbound Dodge. A slight delay on eastbound L Street between 36th and the JFK could slow you down in that area. Also a little bit of a delay on westbound 370 at the JFK. And then slow going on 204th Street for both directions around Q Street. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Love Languages, presented by Fernando's. 5. Physical touch.
Let me hold you like a taco.
Come and feel the love at Fernando's, 75th and Pacific, 114th and Dodge, and FernandosOmaha.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Omaha native Frankie Fiddler is top 20 in the NCAA Division I scoring and leading the Omaha Maverick men's basketball team in a run for the conference title. The Maverick men are at home against South Dakota on Thursday and South Dakota State on Saturday. And Maverick hockey only has 4 regular season home games left on February 23rd and 24th when they take on Colorado College in a top 20 matchup. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now. Call the box office at 402-554-MAVS or omavs.com/tigs.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
The mayor of Kansas City just held a press conference along with a representative from police. The update is 1 dead, 10 to 15 injured after the shooting that happened soon after the end of the Chiefs Super Bowl rally at Union Station in Kansas City. And police have taken 2 people into custody. And there was a video that appeared to show some fans tackling an individual that was believed to be one of the suspects that was taken into custody. It was taken from a little ways away, but it shows there's a brief chase, and then someone gets tackled, and another guy comes in and kind of dog piles to kind of hold the person down, and then eventually police get over there and take over the situation. But we don't have any further information on that. I don't believe there's been anything tweeted by the Chiefs that I can see. Yeah, their last tweet was, the tweet right before the beginning of the parade. The only reason I'm asking is, in case anyone affiliated with the team was close by when this happened, or if they had already been moved out of the area. So as much as, if there was anyone affiliated with the Chiefs organization that was there close by when it happened, that I don't know.
Yeah.
I do not know. So that's the latest from Kansas City.
And for the record, we are scheduled to have Mitch Holtz on tomorrow. Obviously, I have no idea if that will come to pass. But
we don't know.
Because of the parade, we had to push back his.
He was normally on.
This is going to be the final time we had him on this season.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we'll check on that tomorrow.
Yeah.
And get back to you on that. So, who was it? One of the college football Illuminati who said that there's no such thing as a bad Big Ten job.
Andy Staples. Andy Staples
on 3.
Yeah, he said that last year because of the Northwestern job opening.
Right.
And you and I had a discussion about it of, whoa. As great as the money is, I mean, there are now, especially now, there are 18 of these jobs. And the money is great, but only one team can finish first. And someone's got to finish last. And someone's got to finish 14th. You got to have teams that are at the bottom so you can have teams at the top. Not everyone's going to be 500 in league play. Some are going to be 0-9, and maybe 1 or 2 will be 9-0 because, not everybody plays each other now, John.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
Yeah.
Well, UCLA, who is leaving the Pac-12, joining the Big Ten, and they were already, pondering whether or not they should get rid of Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly did the work for them and said, nope, I'm going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And I still think there was a handshake agreement that Chip Kelly was going to work every angle to find another job.
For a while, it seemed like he might be going to the pros. Like that was a lot of the reporting was he'll be a package deal to Seattle with Dan Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously Quinn gets a job in Washington, and that didn't come to pass. And then, he leaves for Ohio State.
Yeah, almost like there was an agreement that, okay, we get it. This isn't working out, but we won't fire you so you save face. But we would strongly encourage you go out and find another job.
Yeah, and we hit on it with Tom Fornelli a little bit earlier too. And I think one of the questions that you and I are about to essentially ask is this, what should this tell us? Or should this tell us something about Chip Kelly? Mm-hmm. Is this something about the Big Ten? Is this something about UCLA? Or is this something about Chip Kelly? Because oddly, I think that this is going to be an answer of both. The answer is both. I think that this is actually more about Chip than it is about UCLA. Because Chip Kelly famously does not like recruiting. Chip Kelly famously just wants to be a ball coach. If Chip Kelly was still in the NFL, I think he'd be a happy guy because in the NFL, you just coach.
Yep.
But he, wasn't good enough because he was also shopping for the groceries in Philadelphia. He goes to San Francisco. He, completely bombs out there.
Mm-hmm.
And here he is back in college football. And again, like I get that the expectations were high for him when he got there, but they have been better the last 3 years. It's Scott Frost. He is not in terms of his success level at UCLA. Got off to a bad start, but had certainly turned it around.
He did.
But for a variety of reasons, he's gone.
I was reading from Stuart Mandel today when he was asked about the question and said that UCLA is heading into the Big Ten with a hand tied behind its back. As Bruce Feldman, my colleague, wrote, some schools in the Big Ten have an NIL war chest well into the 8 figures. According to a team source, UCLA wasn't even in seven-figure range on that front. So in other words, you've got Big Ten schools who have over $10 million in their NIL bank account. UCLA wasn't even at $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Is what he is saying there. And there's that. There's also the idea that, it is UCLA. I mean, you're a major pro market. It's always been a major pro market. But now, used to be that USC and UCLA were the only football around, and then pro football came back. And as we know, LA has always been a Trojans town. When it comes to college sports, college football
for sure.
It's always been a Trojans town. And UCLA was always second fiddle at best.
UCLA was in that that same bucket that Illinois has gotten put into and Missouri has gotten put into of, are they a sleeping giant? Could UCLA be college football sleeping giant?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have my answer to that question, but they have often been put into that bucket. They have been good in my lifetime, like truly good. Dare I say great once that I can remember. And that was 1998 when they were on the doorstep of making the national championship game, but they lost to Miami late in the year. They had some good years under Jim Mora, good years. They beat Nebraska a couple of times, but otherwise they have been pretty up and down and fairly pedestrian.
Yeah, I would agree. Fairly pedestrian is about the best way you can describe it. And I think it's very fair to say Paul Feinbaum was pretty abrupt with his opinion. He said it's a dead-end job.
Yeah.
I agree with Tom Fornelli. If you just want to chase $1 and get a nice big contract,
yeah, there could be worse jobs out there.
Give it your best shot. Great idea. But most of the people that would be chasing the dollar are also chasing wins. I think it's way too ignorant to think that there are just people out there that all they want is the money. They want to win. That's why they got into the business of athletics. That's why they became athletes if they were athletes before, and most of them were. And it's why they got into coaching, because they couldn't get off of the high and they wanted to continue to stay in the athletic marketplace, the athletic arena. And in the words of Herm Edwards, you play or you coach to win the games.
Yeah, I mean, a quick aside too, the dollar spends a little bit less in Los Angeles than it does in a place like Lincoln. So like, again, $6 million, nothing to sneeze at anywhere, but it is a little harder. And like one of the things that it makes, these jobs so interesting is we keep talking about it from the head coaching perspective. But think about it from the assistant coaching perspective. And so, again, $6 million, you're going to go a long way wherever you live. $300,000, $500,000, not so much,
right?
It's still a lot of money, but it doesn't go as far in a city like Los Angeles. And you are right. These coaches are not just doing this to make money. It wears on you. And so I just, given the amount of time that you have to put into the job, it's hard to imagine that there are too many of those kind of coaches out there.
Now there's an element of, hey, with the way college sports are going, with the way big-time athletics are going, and these conferences are fracturing and splintering, and, the Big Ten's going to be fine at the end of the day, and the SEC is going to be fine at the end of the day. Can't, speak for anybody else at this point. To say that you're in the in club, is there an element of that makes the job attractive? Sure. But you're only as good as your next game, your next season. And so if you're going there just to say, hey, I'm in the in club, you still got to win games or you're going to get fired.
Yeah.
So there's not really an advantage to that. So again, most of these folks are not just chasing the dollar. Yeah, they want to be paid, but the main reason they do it is they want to win. And that's the real question here. Can you win at UCLA, moving conferences? It's a very tumultuous situation right now for all of these Pac-12 schools that are coming in, but more so for UCLA. Because with USC, you've got this football mindset. They're never going to allow themselves to be second best, right? Now, they might be second best at times or third best, but there's always this mindset of, nope, not good enough. Nope, not good enough. We're going to keep trying. Washington, obviously, now they're going through a coaching change, but they've had the taste of success. Oregon, of the 4 teams right now, heading into the Big Ten, are in the best shape because they got the best roster. They've had the best recent results. They seem to be at their strongest point. But UCLA, man, that is a tough, tough spot. You're entering this new league. You're playing all these different teams. You got to get used to all this extended travel. Oh, and by the way, you've changed out coaches. And you're like 18th fiddle in the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I don't know how it's a good job. And I don't really know where it slots in now in the current league and how it could be anything higher than, 13th, 12th. Like, I'm serious.
Yeah.
It's funny to think back to how we viewed the conference a little over a month ago. That I looked it up earlier when I asked Tom about it, but the championship game was played on January the 8th. So we're just a bit over a month removed from the national championship game. And at that moment in time, like I remember talking to Brunts the next day on the show, and it was like, wow, think of what the Big Ten is about to have. Not only is Oregon joining and USC, but watch out for Washington and even UCLA. And now the one sure thing I think is Oregon. And I guess, don't want to overreact too much to one bad year from USC, but, we could throw USC in there as well. And so what is a good job, or what makes a job good in a league with 18 teams where you're, 14th or 13th, even though the money is there? I don't know. I just, it's hard to imagine that being considered a good job. And that's why I'm happy that you and I were in agreement on the Northwestern situation, not even a year ago, because it just seems way too short-sighted to say, but they spend a lot of money. You have the Big Ten contract. Okay, fine.
Great.
But do you have the other stuff? Do you have the inherent support that a school like an Ohio State will always have, that this is not good enough? There's pressure to that, yes. But there's always going to be the support there too. So it doesn't have that. It doesn't have the war chest in terms of the NIL dollars. It certainly doesn't have the fan base. Fornelli hit on it earlier. Cool stadium. The Sunset's great. They don't play, though, that game on their home games aren't on January 1st.
They're not, and it's a 95,000 seat stadium that they can't even fill half of it.
Yeah, how
so
many?
It really looks bad, and
it's tarped.
It's way the hell out there.
Yeah,
it's not a great place if you're a UCLA student to go from Westwood to Pasadena.
Correct,
and it's just it's getting around in LA, so you really got to want to go there go there,
and so that's why for that. For them to draw, large fan bases, you have to really, really matter. Even USC in their heyday weren't always filling up the stadium with Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
So I would say no. This not every Big Ten job is a great job.
Definitely not.
If you look at it holistically and not just from but you're going to get paid. Well, you're going to get paid no matter where you coach.
As long as you coach in one of the. How many teams are there right now? 34 teams in those two leagues. Yeah, the money will be there more often than not for most of those schools.
Well, heck, even in the
lesser
ACC, average coach salary is over $2 million a year.
Yeah, even in the Big 12.
Yeah, but this isn't just about cashing a big paycheck. It's also about winning, and that's going to be extremely tough to do at UCLA. I look at Foster and I say,
Good luck.
Good luck to you, man. At least, and that's why I think this is it's about the only hire they could make because of the timing, but B, it might be the best one they could have made anyway, because at least he bleeds Bruin blue and gold. He believes in that. He played there and he's coached there for a long time.
At
he's
least
got
you hope
passion,
that he cares about
and
it.
he can keep a lot of the players because they did have a winning season the last couple of years. So he's going to be able to keep, I would assume, most of those players instead of them getting lost to the portal. But they also need to replenish the roster, and they need to adjust to an entirely new conference.
Yeah, and again, the thing that I still don't know if we have totally grasped this yet is how going to a league this large and how being in a league this large for schools that are, still in the Big Ten, like a Michigan State and Iowa, Wisconsin, Nebraska, how does that change your viewpoint and expectations? Like, you look at the NFL, and yes, there are 32 of these jobs, and it's really, really hard, but there are also 8 of these divisions. And so in a world where everyone wants to win the Super Bowl and thus wants to win their conference and thus wants to make a conference championship game, like, you have all these litany of goals. And the first one of all is either make the playoffs or win the division. So you have this tangent goal that you can look at and say, that's what I want to do. I got to be better than 3 other teams in my league. such a thing does not exist in an 18-team conference, in a 16-team conference. And I don't know totally if we have understood the ramifications of how do we judge what is good and bad football, and what do fans ask for from their program when there's, I guess, 2 goals within a conference: make the championship game and win the championship.
Yes.
But only 2 of the 18 in the Big Ten, only 2 of the 16 in the SEC get to do that. And that's it. And you don't even get the other steps of like you win your division. No, there are no divisions.
There are no divisions.
Got to go to the conference championship game. And that, honestly, I know that sounds very simplistic, but when you can't have that obvious first kind of goal of win the division, it just makes it makes it harder. And so what do you do with that as a fan? And what does UCLA do moving forward?
Yeah, I mean,
not well.
That's the one thing I think it's. I don't want to say it's underrated, but maybe it is. Just the passion and the support and the love and the want to is so important. Yes, money drives a lot of things, and money can, paper over a lot of things. But if you don't have a place that is passionate and loyal and gung-ho about a program, you are fighting an uphill battle with, with one leg dragging from behind.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and I've said this many times about this fan base, this Nebraska fan base, is you have been the one thing to keep this thing relevant. Without that, the Nebraska job becomes far, far, far less attractive. Forget about tradition, forget about the stadium, forget about the facilities and the trophies and the administration and the dollars. Without that passion, that want to, that desire, that love, it makes it really tough. And that's the battle that UCLA is fighting.
Yeah.
They've lost so much in terms of fan support and just the general interest. It's just like, UCLA,
Yeah.
That's hard to recruit to. That's hard to get yourself energized for on a day-to-day basis.
Not to mention then when you suddenly have no relationships with your conference mates, when you have nothing that you can lean back on, like the one thing that Nebraska has still been able to have over the last, 10 years plus is that they just care. Real quick, Travis texts in, if I remember correctly, isn't the LA Coliseum closer to UCLA's campus than the Rose Bowl is? I'd never seen this before, but he's right. I looked it up. To get to the Coliseum from UCLA, it is a 15-ish mile drive, so depending on traffic, it's going to be what it is.
Day and a half.
Yeah. To get to the Rose Bowl, it is a 27-mile drive. That's wild.
Yeah.
Absolutely wild.
How close is Westwood to SoFi if they wanted to play games at SoFi?
SoFi,
the home of your reigning, defending, undisputed NFC champions of the Super Bowl.
11.5 miles. That said, you have to mainly take the 405. So as of this moment in time, it would take 37 minutes.
Yeah, but if they're playing those 9:30 games that
That's
they're
true.
Worried about, then it won't be as bad.
Man, I can practically run there in that fast, John. I'll just run to all these games if I lived in LA.
Would it make more sense to play at SoFi?
Man, that'd be wild. I don't know.
I mean, it's been done before. Pro stadiums.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be funny. They'd
the
be
Rams
leaving
and the Trojans shared the Coliseum.
I want to say, no, you don't want to do that. You'll leave an iconic stadium. But, again, it's so far away from campus.
It's only
anyway.
an iconic stadium for that one time a year.
Yeah, it's a cool stadium, though. The Sunset.
No,
the Sunset, John.
Yeah, but it ain't cool when it's barely half full.
Look at you trying to get more money in your owner's pocket. Look at you, supporter of the Kroenke.
Listen,
typical John.
Stan Kroenke, it would probably just rent it for $1.
Oh, that'd be
say,
nice.
You know what? We just want you here.
Yeah.
Pay us $1 and you can play in our beautiful palace, home of Super Bowl 56, the greatest Super Bowl ever played, and they'll never play another one better.
The color scheme would match with the Rams and the Chargers. There's a little yellow. It's a shade of blue.
Yeah.
Some gold. Interesting.
And you don't have to worry about Harbaugh spying on you because it won't do him any good anyway.
That's true.
Because you wouldn't play the Chargers.
That's also true.
If anything, Harbaugh could give you some lessons on how to spy on everybody else.
Hey, here's how you beat Ohio State. You just run the ball at them because they're soft. Run the ball at them, UCLA.
All right, settle down, Lou Holtz.
Mm-hmm. Spot the lie, though, John. Remember when Michigan beat them again? That was so funny.
All right, we've got more to come, including dumb debates.
Yes, we do.
On 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
We create a podcast.
Yes.
That where we get two people together who have divorced each other.
Yes.
And they talk about when they realized they wanted to divorce each other.
And how much they hate the other person. That's the key.
And just generally how it all fell apart. Dude, I mean,
It's a great idea.
it's really funny.
I don't think a podcast like this exists anywhere.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Chance of a shower this evening, otherwise mostly cloudy, breezy, and colder later tonight. Low temperature near 26. Mostly sunny, but then clouds increase Thursday, a chillier day with a high temperature near 41. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently no wrecks to worry about this afternoon. We are getting reports of a little bit of a delay on westbound Dodge between 80th and 90th. Same goes between 680 and 108th on westbound Dodge. A slight delay on eastbound L Street between 36th and the JFK could slow you down in that area. Also a little bit of a delay on westbound 370 at the JFK. And then slow going on 204th Street for both directions around Q Street. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Someone just won a beautiful new blue truck playing Trucks and Bucks 2023. So there is only one truck left. Better get to a Nebraska Lottery retailer, buy a ticket, and play today. Top prize odds, 1 in 336,000.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie, piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Get pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Creighton Sports Update. Creighton tennis is back. Women's tennis returns to the Hanscom Tennis Courts on Friday at 12:30 p.m. to take on North Dakota. Fans can check out the action for free. For more information or to follow along on all things Creighton athletics, visit gocreighton.com. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton athletics.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson. The 1620, The Zone.
Well, unfortunately, the story of the day was in Kansas City, and not for the right reasons. At the end of the Chiefs victory parade, shots rang out in the crowd, and one person is dead, 10 to 15 injured, according to authorities in Kansas City. 2 suspects are in custody. There is video of one being led away in cuffs, a heavier set gentleman wearing all red, but nothing with Chiefs insignia, just kind of a generic, red sweatshirt type. And then there's another video of what appears to be the second suspect, who is being chased by fans who were fleeing the scene, and they tackled him. They must have identified him as one of the shooters, tackled him, and then police arrived. And we believe that is the second suspect who is in custody. I just watched a video taken from one of the parade goers that was what appears to be very close, or the closest I've seen yet. The closest I've seen yet to the actual shooting, where you hear the gunshots ring out, and then people are starting to move away, and you see one victim lying on the ground, and you see some blood, and you see a person giving chest compressions to this individual who had been apparently shot.
And Mike, who heard us mention Mitch Holtzis earlier, he says, according to my friend who works for the Chiefs radio network, all members of the radio team are accounted for and okay. So, again, we'll see if we have a chance to talk to Mitch this week, or if we do not.
I would assume, because we have not heard anything from the team, that team personnel were not on the scene, that they had already left the area, or at least were in an area where the shooting did not occur, because the shooting appears to happen outside of the Union Station, and the team apparently was already away or not in the immediate vicinity of the episode.
Yeah.
So that's the latest that we have regarding the tragic events today in Kansas City. Well, speaking of Kansas City, again, awkward transition, but changing the topic. Yesterday, the Kansas City Royals unveiled their plans for their new stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And I only mention this because I know we have a lot of people that, even if they're not Royals fans, like to go to Kansas City to take in a ball game, because it is the closest Major League Baseball team. The stadium is planned for a plot of land directly south of T-Mobile Center, downtown, so right near the Power and Light District, and would seat about 35,000 people. It's a $2 billion project when you account for the other items. There's going to be team headquarters and some other buildings and shops, or maybe a hotel and stuff in that area. And it would be paid for partially by the extension of a tax that has already been on the books in Kansas City. And in fact, the Chiefs are also working in concert with the Royals on this, because what they're hoping for is the extension of this sales tax. Some of the money would go to the Royals in the new stadium. Some of the money would go to the Chiefs and renovating Arrowhead Stadium, because the Chiefs have no plans to leave Arrowhead.
And I know at one point in time when these discussions were first being had, there was talk, right, about them leaving Arrowhead and then building a new football stadium.
Possibly, but it sounds like more of the momentum now is more towards now they'd have the whole lot to themselves.
I was going to say, yeah, they'd gained so much more over there. They did renovate Arrowhead a little over a decade ago. It's probably been 15 years or so now.
Yeah.
You go there now versus what it used to be. It's a little bit different. And so I'd be curious to know what they would end up doing at Arrowhead. But like you said, obviously they probably have more parking lots at the very least.
For those of you who've been downtown Kansas City, and I know we've been there a couple of times in the last 5-6 years with the Blue Jays when they played in the Hall of Fame Classic, and having the stadium just right south of T-Mobile Center, so it's close to a lot of activity. If you've ever been to Power and Light District,
yep.
It looks like a really interesting, really cool plan. They actually say that there's more. They say there's more parking spaces in the downtown area around this than it is around Kaufman. But that's kind of a misnomer because not everyone who's parking downtown is parking for the Royals.
Correct.
Whereas everybody who goes to Kauffman Stadium
on a game
is
day
parking for the Royals.
Not to mention, on top of that, all of the parking there is really, really close. I mean, the furthest spot you are away in a parking lot at Kauffman is a lot closer than wherever you're going to park downtown, the furthest spot away.
Right.
Yeah.
But there was one part of the story. So what happened is the sales tax extension is going to a vote of the people.
Mm-hmm.
And if they extend it, then that'll help fund for this project and fund for what the Chiefs plan to do. But when they initially put the referendum out there to put it on the ballot, there was a veto that was going to keep it off the ballot until they got an override.
Mm-hmm.
And the Jackson County commissioner who vetoed it was Frank White.
Interesting.
Hall of Fame Kansas City Royals second baseman Frank White.
So is it to just keep it at Kauffman?
Because
of the history?
That I don't know.
You know,
it was interesting that Frank White is the guy. Now, they did override the veto, which is why it's on the ballot. But I found that part of the story rather interesting.
I think Happer and Jack and I talked about this when you were gone, last week, 2 weeks ago. Kauffman is, for being built in the era that it was, it is not cookie cutter. It is very unique. I think it's very cool. They've renovated it, especially what they've done out in the outfield versus what it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I like Kauffman. So I would understand, and given the Royals just won another World Series there, though oddly enough, almost a decade ago now, I understand why people would not want to leave. On the other hand, I am someone who is a fan of downtown stadiums. I like going to downtown stadiums more than going out to, do we refer to that even as the burbs? Like, I don't even know what you refer to that part of the city as.
It's just suburbs.
But I like going to downtown stadiums, and the designs for the new place are sweet.
Now I do wonder, and I'm speaking more for the fans who just like to go down and catch a game. Does this make it more or less attractive to do that?
Yeah.
Because if let's say, and some people just do a day trip, right?
Yep.
Royals are playing a 1:00 Sunday afternoon matinee.
Head on down.
Head down in the morning, catch the game, head back.
Yeah.
It's fairly easy for a major league ballpark, in and out access, right on the interstate, you're headed home.
Yeah.
I don't know if a downtown stadium necessarily does that. Again, that's not the main reason the Royals are doing this, because their fan base is in Kansas City.
Yeah, they're not thinking about Omaha.
From our perspective, from the people who will occasionally go to Kauffman Stadium,
yeah,
does this make it more or less attractive?
Good question. Yeah.
Makes it more expensive.
For me, it would make it more attractive, but it is what it is. By the way, thanks to multiple people, including this text from Dan. Frank White is just still angry at the Royals for firing him from his color commentary job. So this is what he's doing. He's getting back at him. He's sticking it to him.
You think he would be that petty?
Multiple people are just reached out and said that. So,
why
not? It's not going to stop it, but maybe just
it's
do
a popular theory. I'm guessing when he put in the veto, he said, and I'm doing this because they fired me.
Hell yeah. Hey, I'm okay with that. You got fired by someone. I'm okay with being mad at whether it's a franchise, maybe a university, anyone who's been fired by a university and maybe they, like it when they fail in future years. Does that ever happen?
Nope.
Know anybody like that?
Nope.
Okay.
So
I get it.
Nope.
I get it. So, it's like in Curb Your Enthusiasm, the Spite Store.
The Spite Store.
You remember the Spite Store? This is a spite vote.
I do remember.
If you know it's not going to stop it, but you want to take a stand, why not?
Yeah. It's not. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I'm not against it.
You know what I am against? Lawn jockeys. For those of you who watch Curb this weekend.
Me too. Me too.
That's a good episode.
The moment that I told you about that had me howling was when they had to change the pigmentation of the lawn jockey. I was losing my mind. I was laughing very, very hard. By the way, Max writes, it's interesting. I think downtown locations more attractive for a longer day trip or weekend trip.
Oh, yes.
Suburb
absolutely.
location more attractive for just seeing the game easier and cheaper. I think that's a great point.
I agree.
If you want to go down and just watch the game and get in and out, yeah, where it's at right now is the best way to do that. If you're looking for more of an experience, whether it's with the food before the game or after the game or spending a night, yeah, the downtown locale is going to be much, much better for that.
Agreed.
For that point of view.
Agreed.
What's the timetable on this, by the way?
I believe they want it done by 20. If they get the passage, and the vote is this April. If they get passage, they hope to have it done. I think it was 2028.
Okay.
I think, 2028. They are hopeful to be ready for 2028. Now, if it doesn't pass, that same proposal can't go before voters for a whole nother year.
So then that would obviously push it back quite some time.
Yes.
Interesting. So we'll see if it passes.
Will they have a waterfall?
It doesn't look like it on the graphic that you
Wow.
posted. The waterfall.
I mean, for years, that was the only thing that attracted people to that place because the team sucked. Well, they kind of still do, but
they're going to be better now. They have Bobby Witt.
But I mean, the Royals. I mean, their big slogan was, "Hey, the team sucks, but at least we have a waterfall."
Can't go to Family Fun Center. Not Family.
I just hope they have stopped doing the old timey guy marching on top of the Hall of Fame, putting up the W, ripping off the Cubs tradition of flying the white flag.
Yeah, by the way, great point. The museum over there. What are they going to do with that? Are they just going to leave that over there?
I don't know.
All right. Interesting.
I'm not sure.
At least they have the waterfall.
At least they have the waterfall.
Yeah.
We'll be back on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. Football season might be done. That doesn't mean you have to be done making money. They still offer plenty of lines on things from hockey to the NBA and even college basketball as we ramp up toward all the chaos that March is about to throw our way. They strive to keep their games at a -110 split, whereas other apps and sportsbooks might go a little higher than that. They also try to keep as little money as they possibly can on large market bets, and they won't limit you if you keep winning big and hitting it big. Not to mention their customer service. If you have a problem, you can either email them or tweet directly at them. It is a real-life human being on the other end of that customer support that wants to help you. So go ahead and download Circus Sports Iowa today. Level up your sports betting game anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Jordan B. Peterson, We Who Wrestle with God Tour.
If you say the truth and nothing else, you'll have an immense adventure as a consequence. You won't know what's going to happen to you, but the truth will reveal the world the way it's intended to be revealed, and the consequence for you will be that you'll have the adventure of your life.
Jordan B. Peterson, live at CHI Health Center, February 22nd. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Cops. Receive 2 $25 gift vouchers for just $25. Cops makes delicious pizza, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings. For the basic menu, click copspizza.com. And for the extended menu, visit them at Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and the newly reopened 72nd and Jones locations.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for acne, allergies, chronic diseases, depression, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt? Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS. Call Civic Tax Relief for free information now. Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
Just call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908.
New Year's resolutions start and end at Level Countertops, Cabinets, and Flooring in Elkhorn. Is your resolution this year to get organized, and take your kitchen to the next level? They create a unique space that's not only beautiful, but functional and organized. They come to you, listen to your needs, and create your functional design. For all your cabinet and organizational needs, visit their beautiful showroom at Level Countertop Cabinets and Flooring, 192nd in West Maple, or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
Omaha native Frankie Fiddler is top 20 in the NCAA Division I scoring and leading the Omaha Maverick men's basketball team in a run for the conference title. The Maverick men are at home against South Dakota on Thursday and South Dakota State on Saturday. And Maverick hockey only has 4 regular season home games left on February 23rd and 24th when they take on Colorado College in a top 20 matchup. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now. Call the box office at 402-554-MAVS or omavs.com/tigs.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. 1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
A couple comments.
Yes.
So I accidentally said Family Fun Center last segment. I meant Worlds of Fun. I was trying to make a when you mentioned the waterfall.
I wish I would have caught that.
I know.
That's still a thing in Omaha.
Fun Center.
Yes, but it's not. The one obviously on Dodge is gone. They moved it somewhere else. I can't remember.
Well, it was
where.
like 108th and Q, but I don't know if that's still there.
Oh, is that gone now too?
I'm not sure.
Families aren't allowed to have fun in Omaha anymore.
I guess so.
Maisie Dennis says, "Oh man, I love going to the Family Fun Center for some terrible pizza and a couple games of, is it Galaga before a Chiefs game?"
Oh, I love Gallagher. Don't be making fun of my Galaga. Galaga is an awesome game.
Mike tweets in, the KCW guy hasn't been used in a while now. He got fired for saying things about the team off the clock. I read Frank White wanted more info than, or maybe he meant money, than the team wanted to give in the run-up to yesterday.
Listen, I'm still triggered over that. You're stealing our bit.
It's just a
Keep
W.
your W out of your mouth.
It's just
Royals. First of all, you don't earn enough of them to really celebrate them in the first place.
Aren't they kind of like the Cubs for a long time? The Cubs were bad. The Royals were bad.
Never Royals bad.
You don't think so?
Yes, we've had many bad seasons.
We do love W's.
We have many bad seasons.
Yeah. When I think of a W, I do think of your team.
That is funny, though, that, old-timey Royals W guy said things off the... I wouldn't be surprised if they were some problematic things.
That's what I thought, too, when he was like, yeah, he got fired for saying. I was like, oh, no, what word?
They had some different beliefs back in those days.
No, what he was making fun of was the Royals themselves. Chief 1999 writes, Family Fun Center is now a thrift store. Wow. Family Fun Center has been canceled.
Yeah, I did a Google Maps search and it's
gone.
It just showed up a bunch of arcade places,
Oh,
including Chuck E. Cheese.
That's so sad.
That is a relic of a bygone period, because now that you can play video games at home that are better than anything we ever had in the arcade.
My uncle's got a couple arcade machines set up in his basement, programmed a lot of games on there, and even created a video game.
Yeah. So that's kind of out of the question. You can just get yourself a couple of Frozen Jack's pizzas and have a better pizza than you get at most of these joints.
How is it that bad? I've been there for many years.
I'm saying most of these. I don't know about Family Fun Center.
Okay.
I'd never been.
You never went?
So I don't know.
Yeah, that was our birthday party spot back when I was a youngster.
The Chuck E. Cheese, let's just say that they didn't put a priority on the pizza.
Well, remember when we learned a few years ago that I think they call them ghost kitchens on like the various apps, like the Postmates that you use. Sometimes you'd be like, Tasty Wings with a Z. I've never heard of this place. I'm going to try it. It comes out of those types of restaurants a lot of the time where they make it, but they don't. You as an adult don't want to order wings and pizza from Chuck E. Cheese. And so they call it Tasty Wings with a Z. And so you're like, cool, a new place. I'll try it out.
Oh,
and then you come to find out, no, it's actually from Chuck E. Cheese.
So
the
wings that got left behind at the birthday party that the kids were drooling on, or one couple of kids maybe bled on because, they cut themselves on the ping pong ball, thing.
Yes, that.
Bleeding all over your wings. That's what you ended up getting.
Tony says, I remember
really
the one at 72nd and Dodge, which is now a PetSmart or something like that. No. If I remember right, it was... the PetSmart was there, but there was a Family Fun Center next to it. And that's where like Cane's is and Panda Express.
I remember the Family Fun Center being
it was
at that
over there. It's just, it didn't become the PetSmart. The PetSmart existed as well.
The real thing we should be mourning for, outside of the fact that they totally destroyed the intersection and made it difficult to get through. Is it still bad to get through, by the way?
What?
72nd and Dodge?
They fixed it. It's great.
It's better now?
It's back. There's
Okay.
more lanes.
Okay.
Everything is normal
Is it
again.
like Kramer lanes, very
yes.
smooth. You can weave
yeah.
in and out, stuff like that. Okay.
Just don't go south 72nd. There's a lot of construction down there.
I'm not going to do that. The real thing we should be mourning for at 72nd and Dodge is that Fuddruckers
is gone.
It's gone.
The place that our former boss apparently would take new or potentially new employees as a way to sweeten the pot. Hey, Connor Happer, let's go to Fuddruckers. Their burgers, I'd only been there one time ever. I thought it was pretty solid. I thought the burger
They're very
was
solid.
I thought
And
the burger
you
was
put on your own toppings.
I thought the burger was fairly tasty.
To put on your own
Extra pickles, some onions, maybe a slice of lettuce. Take the tomatoes, throw them at the people.
No, you're not throwing the tomatoes.
Throw
What
them.
kind of a monster throws his tomatoes?
Dave writes, went to the Family Fun Center at the new location in 2018, and the games were 30 years old back then. I was embarrassed. I took my little there and not surprised at all. It's closed. Now, there are arcade places, but they call them beercades for us adults. I went to one
that's Dave and Buster's, basically, right? Similar concept.
Kind of. Yeah, that I would say is definitely more for kids, but there are actual bars that have like good craft beer that are just for adults. Like I went to one of those a couple of years ago.
They still have the Amazing Pizza Machine out west.
I've never been to an Amazing Pizza Machine.
Been there a few times.
I haven't either.
It's pretty much arcade. There's go-karts and subpar pizza.
I'm in with the go-karts, but it's got to be, if it's not the go-karts where, they let you go fast and you have to wear a helmet, then I'm not in on that. That's boring.
Tony writes, yeah, Fuddruckers died because of that one thing that happened in 2020. You remember the election. Severe says
Bidenflation.
Severe also loved Fuddruckers. Look at all these people who love Fuddruckers. Bring it back.
The last time
COVID's gone.
The last time I had Fuddruckers is when Christian was in the hospital, and I went out to get some, say, hey, we should Fuddruckers right down the street. Let's get some Fuddruckers. Because it was like 7 days in a row where he was eating the pizza from what's that pizza place we went to? Michael turned us on to
the one over on 72nd.
Brick Oven.
Yeah. I haven't been there in years.
Yeah, because Christian became
he used to buy his pizza from there all the time.
Addict.
Man, when Michael was here, he used to buy us lunch a lot. We should.
That's the only reason
bring back
you miss
Michael.
Him. The only reason
I miss
you miss
Michael.
Him. Oh, Michael buys me food.
And
I don't care about your company or your witty repartee. And I just want your money for your food
and the friendship. I enjoyed the friendship.
Oh yeah, the friendship.
But remember, hey,
as long as there was some extra marinara and ranch on the side.
But remember when he'd be like, "Hey, let's just try fried chicken from around the city," and it's like, "Cool, Michael, what a great idea."
Oh yeah, you jumped all over that.
I did.
Of course you did.
I miss Michael. What a guy. I miss Michael.
Nothing problematic about that at all.
About missing a friend?
He
left us.
Yeah, because he was tired of you leeching off of him because it was like, hey, Michael, I'm really kind of hungry. Would you like to have some lunch?
He had to go to the World Herald to get a raise and not have to buy me lunch anymore.
Yeah.
Understandably so.
He actually got paid a third of what he used to make here, but he saved all that money.
But he made so much more
because
money.
He didn't have to buy you lunch.
Another person, Hockey Dad, Fuddruckers was awesome. Man, people love Fuddruckers.
It was good.
Bring them back.
The buns were really good. The meat was good, and they got to put on your own topping.
Man, that's fun. It's always nice.
And they had all those different sauces. Oh man, I felt like such a rebel. Oh, I'm gonna put some A1 steak sauce on this burger. Oh yeah. And now everybody does an A1 steakhouse burger. And it's never as good as the one I made at Fuddruckers because they always are cheap on the A1.
Steak sauce sucks.
But on a burger?
Nah. I want
delicious.
I like awesome sauce on a burger.
Oh yeah, I like awesome sauce. Just put some plain white slime on
not
there.
that, John. It's called awesome sauce. It's always like it's usually kind of tastes a little mustardy.
You know what tastes awesome? A1.
Hell no.
Because it's the letter A and the number 1. I mean, that's like 2 first place.
By the way, now people are also texting and tweeting in about Beercade. People love Beercades.
I would rather just, do like the shuffleboard and the darts, that kind
Shuffleboard
of stuff.
rocks.
Shuffleboard's great.
Yeah, there used to be a place over in Dundee called Beer and Loathing, which RIP, that place is gone, and they had shuffleboards. Shuffleboards are fun.
Shuffleboard is awesome.
I think we should have a shuffleboard here at the station.
I agree.
What about
long enough.
How about so we take that studio and then this could become the shuffleboard studio?
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Yep, there you go.
It's a great idea.
I think we should run it by our bosses.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially the shuffleboard part.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, if that wasn't dumb enough for you,
just
wait
nice
for Dumb Debates on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to avoid this afternoon, but we are getting reports of delays on westbound I-80 between 42nd and 60th. If you're east on I-80, delays between 96th and 72nd. Delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 108th. On northbound Blair High Road between 680 and State Street. Delays on Northwest Radial for both directions around Hamilton Street, and on eastbound 370 between 42nd and the JFK. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you have a large amount of gold or precious metals and want the best price with no waiting, Saul's makes it easy and fast. Any amount of gold, silver, or jewelry. No limit, immediate payment. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
42 Degrees is showing you the love with sweet deals on Kratom and Delta products. Buy one, get one half off. 25% off CBD melatonin products. 30% off premium pre-rolls from Top Shelf, Buds Burn, and Tyson. Cube disposables, 4 for $20. And 42 Degrees gummies are way better than a box of chocolates. They're 20% off now through Valentine's Day at 42 Degrees. Your destination for top-tier cannabis, second-to-none product selection, and exceptional service. By your mom's house.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Omaha native Frankie Fiddler is top 20 in the NCAA Division I scoring and leading the Omaha Maverick men's basketball team in a run for the conference title. The Maverick men are at home against South Dakota on Thursday and South Dakota State on Saturday. And Maverick hockey only has 4 regular season home games left on February 23rd and 24th when they take on Colorado College in a top 20 matchup. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now. Call the box office at 402-554-MAVS or omavs.com/tigs.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw from your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a vase.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Well, here we go. And of course, right on cue, Josh relays a message from Michael that Michael was going to come in and bring us donuts. And of course, the first thing Josh said was, "Oh boy, for more free stuff from Michael."
Thank you, Michael. We appreciate you. I appreciate you.
I do too. I just don't expect people to buy me food.
Don't expect it, but appreciate it if it happens.
There's a difference
Nick,
between
you and I
appreciation and borderline begging.
Borderline begging. If he said he was going to do it, I didn't ask for him to do it.
After you sat outside his office all doe-eyed, just looking up with those eyes, with those giant-ass freaking teeth.
Seriously. Hey, Michael.
That's what happened.
Daddy's hungry.
That's what it was. Mike was like, all right, please, I'll buy you anything. I'll get you tacos from Josie's. I'll get you some timeout chicken. Just please don't show me those teeth.
Man, those are things he used to buy us. And the pizza
I
place.
drive by Jonesy's all the time. I keep thinking about
I know.
that.
It's very close.
I keep thinking about it.
Yep. One of these days, maybe you'll buy us lunch.
Well, you guys actually owe me.
No,
No,
Nick owes both of us.
both of
what
us.
if we just have him buy each of us lunch and we call it good?
That's a great idea.
I love it.
But I don't want.
That's kind of what he has to do.
But I don't want rice.
Damn it. Neither do I.
Just ask for the most expensive thing.
That's true. Well, okay, because Michael Severe tends to take over the segment even when he's
Hi,
not
Michael.
present.
Yeah.
He does lead off today's dumb debates.
Oh, perfect.
With a question.
Oh, I know the question. And your question is
it okay to kind of cheer for injuries as a sports fan if you really hate the team, the player, or their politics? Look at Michael diving into politics. But is it okay to kind of cheer for injuries as a sports fan if you really hate the team, the player, or their politics?
Your thoughts?
Well,
nice.
Once upon a time, there was a playoff game.
Okay.
And the Frisco Niners were playing and the New York Giants. And it was a beautiful day in the Meadowlands, New Jersey. And Frisco was one of the best teams in football and trying to ruin everybody's season by being good again. And then the Red Seas parted and Jim Burt came racing through and basically buried Joe Montana 5.5 feet deep into the artificial turf.
Which is hard to do because it's artificial.
And I may or may not have jumped up from the couch going, "Oh, yeah!" and was more excited about that than Lawrence Taylor, who intercepted said pass and ran it back for a touchdown. And there may have been an episode almost 4 years to the day later where these same two teams were playing and the same quarterback was at the trigger for San Francisco. And he got face planted into the natural surface of Candlestick Park by Leonard Marshall.
Ouch.
And I may or may not again have jumped out of my chair going, "Oh, yeah!"
So is this all to say that you hated Joe Montana's politics?
Yes, I was. I thought the fact that he was all about the nanny state was just too much for me. No, I admit in my younger day, I didn't have a problem with watching players or from teams that I disliked
get injured. That you actively would root for it. You can admit it
again.
now.
I was a young millennial.
It's a safe space.
When you're a millennial, you have these
I don't root for injuries, but if it's someone that I dislike for whatever reason, my thought is always, oh, karma karma's out to get you, but I don't ever actively root for it. I've never been someone like you that is like, get him and break his leg. Like, I don't do that. Yeah, Dave, where's the Bishop drop cheering on the OU player breaking his leg? I've never done that. I've never watched a game and said, break his leg, rip his arm off. I don't do. That's not how I fan. But I'm not going to.
And I've since grown up since that time. Now I will say this: I think it is acceptable.
Wow.
To have a moment of, oh, that's too bad, darn. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Sure.
If you find out that a certain player isn't available on a rival team when they're playing your team, there is an element of, I mean, you can both be either relieved or happy that you don't have to face this really good player, but at the same time go, I wish it didn't have to happen this way. I wish it would have been.
I wish we could have beat you at full strength.
I wish you would have been indicted by a federal grand jury.
That would have helped out a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
why couldn't Montana have been indicted? Is how you felt.
Or, hauled in for too many parking tickets.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. Yeah, I don't root for it, but if it happens, it happens, right?
It's bad that cheers the worst on your rivals.
Is it? Now Joey is famously a Packers fan.
Yeah.
So how did you feel when that former quarterback of yours
felt bad.
Had his Achilles explode on television?
I felt bad for him because he wanted a new step in his career.
Oh, he took a new step, all right, Joey.
Oh, wow.
Joey,
soon.
Come on, bro.
Ask those Minnesota fans when they share a highlight reel of Anthony Barr breaking his collarbone back in 2017.
No,
that was
the second time he broke his collarbone.
That was the first injury, the Aaron Rodgers one, that I truly realized we were in a new place as a society because a lot of people were openly happy about it. It wasn't even just like bummer for Aaron Rodgers.
You were happy, Josh.
No, I wasn't. I was bummed. That game ruined the game that night. I was really excited to watch him play. I was going to root against him.
I thought you were talking about the one back in 2017. Yeah, the week after he beat the Cowboys.
No, see, I'm not John. I don't watch games like this because then it gives Packers fans reason to woe is me, and that's annoying as hell. So no, I don't root for injuries. But I noticed that with the last Aaron Rodgers injury was the one where I thought we are in a new place as a society, and so it'll be interesting to see what happens moving forward.
Well, and that's why the last part of Michael's question, the politics, I will admit to yesterday, just on curiosity, perusing Jordy Ball's.
Oh yeah,
mentions.
Any responses in there?
Surprisingly, far less than I thought.
Well, honestly,
I thought there would be a lot more people jumping in saying this is karma because of her beliefs.
Probably less in her mentions and maybe sharing it with friends and just side text messages. Would be my guess.
Perhaps, but those people were out there.
Oh, 100%, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Those people were out
just
there.
Like if Raponi would have gotten hurt in a soccer match. I said it right.
Raponi?
Rapino.
Raponi.
It's been a long day.
What the heck, Josh?
But if she would have gotten hurt, I know that the other side would have had a fun day with that too.
Well, they had a hell of a time when she completely choked that penalty kick.
Bingo, exactly. So yeah, I think everyone likes to pretend like they don't do this, but of course they do.
I mean, she really did choke that penalty kick. I mean,
John celebrated it.
I wasn't celebrating at all.
Oh,
I may have chuckled.
See?
Because it was such a comically bad kick.
That's why. So I heard this question on an NFL podcast today, and I wanted to explore it with you. What is there? I'm going to give you three things, and you will rank them most to least likely to happen.
Yep.
They involve the two teams that played in the Super Bowl. So I'll give you three options. Chiefs win their third straight championship next year.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs don't win another Super Bowl in the next 3 years. Kyle Shanahan wins the Super Bowl in the next 5 years. What is the most likely, the middle, and least likely to happen? I think the least likely is actually a fairly easy decision here. And then the other two are a little harder.
I think. Believe it or not, I think the most likely is that the Chiefs go 0 for the next 3 seasons.
Interesting.
I think that's the most likely. And I'm only basing this on two things. History.
It's not that many seasons, first of all. It's 3.
Yeah.
We're not saying next 10 years.
Yeah, it's just 3 years.
3 years.
Patrick
Anything
Mahomes
can happen.
will be a ripe young 31 going on 32 when that happens.
As we were just talking about Aaron Rodgers. I mean, all it takes is an injury that wipes out a whole season, and you say, all right,
Correct.
see you next year.
I just think, A, it just has never happened in the Super Bowl era. B, I think, the NFL is built to try to parodize for that.
I know what you mean, yeah.
But it's parody.
Yeah.
And I think, I think there will be some changes this season. I think there are other teams that are in position that can take advantage, especially in the quarterback-rich AFC. So I think that's the most likely.
And then
I think the Chiefs winning the third straight is the second most likely.
Wow, see, I would say that's the least likely. And I will also go off of history for that one because it is just we have not seen it happen in the Super Bowl era. It has never happened. And it's like, remember a year ago, we would say, of course, Georgia's going to win a third straight. Of course, they're going to win a third straight.
Yeah.
And for a while, it seemed like, of course, they're going to win a third straight. Now, college football is different than the NFL. I know that. But that has not happened. And how many chances have we been on the doorstep of it happening like in your life? The Cowboys won 2 straight in the 90s. The 49ers won 2 straight in the 80s. There's that famous call that you brought up. Obviously, the Patriots. So what's that, 3 times?
Yeah.
So this will be the 4th. This will be the 4th chance since you have been alive. I guess that if we want to count the Dolphins. When you were a child, and I guess maybe the Steelers. But since you've really been watching, it's very, very difficult. So I'll actually put that one last. That one I'd put last. I'd put number 1, and maybe I'm just an idiot, but if you give me 5 years, like, man, he's just such a good coach.
Yeah, but
he's such a good coach.
I think there is a block. I think there's just some guys that can't go quite all the way.
But in his defense, would you not have said the same thing about Andy Reid circa like 2010?
Sure, but guess what Andy Reid has?
Well, he got the Patrick Mahomes. I know. I'm just saying.
And I think San Francisco's window with this group is tightening quickly.
I would say there is 1 year left with this window.
So there would have to be,
and that's because of
they
the
would
quarterback
either have
contract.
to do it this next year,
or with a different,
or they would have to be able to construct a very quick rebuild.
Yes,
and let's face it, there's only one coach in that division capable of doing such a thing.
And I think
his name is not Shanahan.
I think this is where your bias comes in with Shanahan.
I mean, spot the lies. Had 3 golden opportunities, leading comfortably into the fourth quarter, and all 3 times.
Yeah, he played the best quarterback and the second best quarterback of all time.
But you had the lead.
But it's the best quarterback and the second quarterback of all time.
But you had the lead. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a split between those two. I do think the most likely one, though, is the Chiefs not winning for 3 years.
That's the most likely. I'll have that as the second most likely.
I think. And I know there's people saying, oh, you can't bet against Mahomes. But
it's just hard. It's really difficult.
Yeah. It is very difficult. Very difficult. Remember, his cap hit's going to be pretty high next year. And we'll see how the Chiefs, because, there's some key guys that are free agents.
Jordan says, who's softer, Lisa Bluter and Iowa women's basketball, or the Texas athletic department anytime they see horns down?
Oh, it's the horns down thing, because this is getting, we
didn't talk about the most recent one,
no,
did
we did not.
That
The
happened
one
a
at
couple of
BYU.
weeks ago. Ridiculous. I don't, first of all, I don't understand why the conference continues to acquiesce to them when they're about to leave the conference. This is not going to be allowed in the SEC. Also, doing horns down is not a slur. This is not a profanity.
No,
this is not
good old-fashioned college sports hate.
It's not a hate crime. It's normal college hate. It is horns going down. That's all it is.
It's no different than than putting your thumb down.
Yeah,
boo.
It's wild how they continue to,
Yeah, it's pathetically soft. And anybody who defends it is just, you're a moron.
Yeah.
It's what you do at a sporting event. You cheer for your team and you boo the other guy.
Yeah.
And it just so happens that they like to stick those horns in your face.
Yeah.
Why can't you do the opposite?
If you want to ban horns down, then I think you should ban horns up.
I agree. And I'm not for either.
Yeah.
I think Texas should be able to celebrate how they celebrate, because there's nothing egregious about it. There's nothing terrible about it. There's nothing that's a slur. There's nothing that's offensive about it. Just as the same as the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
So I know the flavor of the day is picking on Lisa Bluter, but no, this is easily, because this has been going on for years.
Yeah. And then again, they got a whole conference behind them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
Pretty weak.
Why?
Pretty weak.
It makes no sense.
No.
This actually goes back to a conversation we had on a previous Dumb Debates. This is we were talking a couple weeks ago in the crossover about this fish where if it's not prepared the right way,
Oh,
it'll
yeah.
kill you.
Yeah.
To which Joel writes, of course, Josh knows about a murder fish.
I am studied.
But Johnny Pig asks, more or less scary than a murder snail or murder peacock? So which is the scariest, a murder fish, a murder snail, or a murder peacock? The peacock, of course, is a callback to Nick, who's afraid of peacocks.
That's why he doesn't like NBC.
The snail is the murder snail that is out there waiting for Josh.
Well, where's my money?
That he's not afraid of, he says. And then, of course, the murder fish. So which one's the scariest?
Well, I mean, in this world, none of them are the scariest because I would never order the fish. I would never, play my hand in that way.
What if you happen to be just sitting at a restaurant? You're sitting down to a nice meal of Long John Silver's with your wife.
That is a murder fish. That actually might take me out.
And you're sitting there, and of course, you open up your gigantic mouth with those humongous teeth.
Yeah.
And someone at the table over happens to be eating the murder fish that was unprepared, and it like flings off their fork and it ends up in your mouth.
That would be a bummer. That would be the most scary. Now, thankfully, I don't go there anymore. I mean, now if we're...
Oh, you don't go to Long John Silver's anymore.
Well, I did when I was a child. As a kid, didn't you? Weren't you a huge fan?
Yes. I ate the chicken planks.
I can smell the restaurant right now.
Oh, I can feel the grease on my skin.
How did that place... How's Fuddruckers gone, but that place is still
don't
around?
know.
This is disgusting.
I don't know.
People always want to march for things.
Big
we need a
fish.
march to bring back Fuddruckers.
I agree.
Yeah. Now, if we're in a world where all of these things are actual viable concerns, I would say the snail would be the thing I'd be worried about the most because it's always chasing me down. But I ain't scared about that stupid-ass snail.
Where you were flexing and saying, I'm not scared of
I ain't scared of that stupid-ass snail.
It'll never come after me. It'll never touch me.
Nah, it won't. I'll fly somewhere.
I mean, the peacock is the easiest one because there's occasionally a wild peacock.
I mean, I do watch shows on it a lot, so it's hard to not be concerned that it
you never know when, an episode of The Office jumps out of the screen and stabs you in the heart.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want Michael Scott doing that to you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Sad Husker fan says Horns fans are snowflakes. Yeah, not great.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Steven writes, Jonesy's tacos are great. Tuesdays, $2.50 tacos. Friday, buy 3, get the 4th free.
I know.
How about that?
Well, they're those nice big tacos with the fried flour shell. They're delicious.
So good.
They're delicious.
Yeah.
They're
Travis
really
writes, it's a blowfish, and a Japanese chef has to have like 20 years experience before they can even consider learning how to prepare that delicacy.
So what if you got 19.5? Does
Like-
I mean he's not experienced enough?
See you later. You're going to get taken out.
Nope.
See, first of all, I ain't going to eat fish anyway.
That's right. You're out on fish.
Yeah.
You're
I'm out on
scared of it, John?
No,
Are
I'm
you,
out
are
on
you
the
a
scaly
child?
Fish. I'm out on the scaly fish.
Interesting.
I like the shellfish. The shellfish is
Shrampies?
I don't know what a shrampy is, but I do like
crab legs.
I do like crab legs.
What
I
about
like shrimp. I like
lobster?
lobster? Yes.
Even though there's a little poop in the lobster?
Well, if you don't deter it, yeah.
But do they always deter it?
Well, it's pretty easy to spot. You know,
Amazing Tandem points out you could die from slipping on the greasy tile floor at Long John Silver.
Yeah,
There's a
this
lot
is-
of stuff that could take you out in there.
this is true.
Maybe we should do that for Taste Test Wednesday. One of these
Long
days.
John Silver's?
Just to see if it's as bad as we remembered it being.
See, I have not had Long John Silver's since it gave me food poisoning on a Halloween once.
How long ago was that? 4 years. 50th birthday.
Trying to remember who was playing because the World Series was going on. It was Halloween.
Yankees, Diamondbacks.
It might have been the Royals, Giants.
So it's been about a decade.
Yeah, it's been a little.
You had
under a
Long
decade.
John Silver since we have known each other.
Yeah, but
Wow.
that was like the first time in a long time.
Interesting.
I think that was the World Series.
I was out of
going on.
town.
I just remember all of a sudden I got home, I was eating, I ate it.
You're like,
and then I was getting ready to hand out candy to the little ones, and I was going to set up outside. I was going to sit outside, bring the TV outside, watch the World Series, and hand out candy to the children.
Said you're vomiting.
And then all of a sudden I just got like cold chills and just that
early
achy, fluey feeling. And I was like,
early COVID.
I'm out.
Wow. And then since then, never again.
Well, speaking of being sick, Brian asks, when you're sick and can't go to work, do you call in sick to work or call out sick from work? We always say we're calling in sick to work, but shouldn't it be call out sick from work.
Yeah, I do call in sick. Usually I email, actually.
The call in
is the to your boss. Right? You're calling into the office. I'm calling in sick.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think you call in sick because you are letting the office know that you will be unable to make it to work that day.
Yeah.
Whether it's for us, like I let you know, Nick know, and our boss know. Like,
Right.
hey, I'm not feeling very well. Knock on wood, it hasn't happened in a while.
Yeah, I
which
had
is
some
nice.
Long John Silvers last night watching the Royals in the World Series.
Remember the email I had to send a couple years ago? I had some salmon that had been sitting out for hours, and I'm on the toilet right now, and it's coming out of both ends.
Yeah.
It happened. It was like I had Long John Silvers.
Brian, I appreciate you trying to correct the language, but I think the correct nomenclature should be call in, as
Yeah.
you're calling in sick to work.
Yeah, indeed. That's dumb debates.
That is dumb debates.
We need more. Get us more questions. We're essentially like out right now.
Yeah,
all the ones lately we have answered.
Yeah, I've got a few saved over from days gone by.
Oh, like here's one from Bleeds Jays Blue. I don't know if we've done this. Whose prediction about the end of winter is more believable, the rodent from Pennsylvania or Josh?
Oh, I'm always going to take the rodent.
Nah, take me. Jack Mitchell, I think, is kind of calling that the winter is done. I think he is essentially saying everything is done.
Just keeps tempting fate.
It
and
seems like he's saying that.
But here's the thing. He's going to declare victory even if he says it's done, and then we get the state tournament snowfall where it snows like 10 inches on a Saturday during the state tournament, but then it gets really warm the next week and the snow is gone by Wednesday.
By the way,
and he's still going to claim, oh, I was still right. No, you're wrong, because that's winter weather that has hit and affected us and caused us great pain and suffering.
The extended forecast right now, John, is looking incredible. 50s, 60s, lows in the 40s. That sounds amazing.
And that's the only thing you're going to say about the weather.
What, that it sounds amazing?
That's it. You're going to report what other people are saying. You are not going to do any reporting of your own.
We'll see.
Please
Steve writes,
don't.
you know it's supposed to snow this week, right? No one said anything, Steve. Everyone's always getting so upset that I'm just reading forecasts.
Because
I didn't do it. Jack was the one who said it. Also, I don't think it's supposed to snow anymore. The forecast has changed. There's no snow emojis on my forecast.
When you
Look at that
walk
sun,
in,
John. Look at that.
When you walk into that dance hall.
Oh, that's glorious.
When you walk into that dance hall, you cannot help yourself from turning into Elaine Bennis and making a spectacle of yourself.
Nah. I'm just reading
You can't help yourself.
I'm just reading. I'm reporting. I report, you decide.
And we have decided. Stop reporting.
Jesse writes, I'm calling in that I'll be out sick. So he does the best of both worlds.
That is the best of both worlds. Yes, I would agree. I would agree. All right. There's dumb debates for another fine day, because coming up next, the nerd has spoken.
Is this Bart?
No, this is the gentleman who's going to be on tomorrow's show.
Bill Connolly. Let's go.
If you don't want to be spoiled on the results of the 2024 Husker season, you'll want to skip out on the next segment. Because the results are in. Or should I say the results are N.
Oh, I thought you were going to say out because of the whole calling in out thing.
No. It's
okay.
N.
All right.
1620 the zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
If you're Iowa women's basketball, you got Caitlin Clark, gives you hope. Over the weekend, Nebraska softball had their fan day. And lines everywhere.
Yes.
Jordy Ball gives you hope. All you need is somebody that gives you hope. Maybe Nebraska football has found that guy that gives you hope every time you show up to play a game. Michael Jordan gives you hope. You know that you got a chance, even if you have your worst night, you're going to have a chance to win a game.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Chance of a shower this evening, otherwise mostly cloudy, breezy, and colder later tonight. Low temperature near 26. Mostly sunny, but then clouds increase Thursday, a chillier day with a high temperature near 41. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to avoid this afternoon, but we are getting reports of delays on westbound I-80 between 42nd and 60th. If you're east on I-80, delays between 96th and 72nd. Delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 108th. On northbound Blair High Road between 680 and State Street. Delays on Northwest Radial for both directions around Hamilton Street and on eastbound 370 between 42nd and the JFK. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Sometimes life throws you a curveball and you need a solution fast. A solution to help you make payroll, to save your house, to keep growing, or fund a startup, to fix a roof or other major repair. Saul's is your fast, local, confidential solution. Get the cash you need today with Saul's.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
Omaha native Frankie Fiddler is top 20 in the NCAA Division I scoring and leading the Omaha Maverick men's basketball team in a run for the conference title. The Maverick men are at home against South Dakota on Thursday and South Dakota State on Saturday. And Maverick hockey only has 4 regular season home games left on February 23rd and 24th when they take on Colorado College in a top 20 matchup. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now. Call the box office at 402-554-MAVS or omavs.com/tigs.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
What happened to the days where a man was proud of his dick?
On 1620, The Zone.
Tomorrow on the Grum, Bill Conley of ESPN.com will join us, and his first look ahead to the 2024 season is here. This is not a countdown.
I'm counting down.
No.
Jed, what's the number? It's like 193, I think. We're getting closer.
Not supposed to count down, remember?
Getting closer.
But this is the SP Plus, and we check this every time he brings out a new ranking until we get to the season, and then we only update it like every once in a month. Because it gets a little anal, blah, blah, blah. But because I like to use my calculator function on my computer, I have gone through the process. Friends, you don't have to worry about paying attention to the team this year.
Are they going to be good?
Because we already know what their record is going to be, and we know what the score is going to be, or at least what the margin is going to be, and we know who's going to win.
And?
Let's go to the videotape. Well, in this case, the graphic. The very handsome graphic. With
is that Bill as a youngster?
With young Josh on there.
No, it's not.
No, I just looked up generic and nerd. And,
okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it didn't look very much like Bill. Wow, look at that start to the season.
So, SP Plus, this is Bill Conley's own unique system where this is how he projects how good teams are going to be.
Ooh.
And judging by where Nebraska's ranked and where their opponents are ranked and where the game is played. And remember, I always factor in 2.5 points, just a generic 2.5 points for home field advantage. That's factored into all of these results. Nebraska is 39th in the preseason SP+.
And by the way, that's 39th with an offense that's ranked 115th, a special team that's ranked
sucks.
A special team that's ranked 106, but a defense that is ranked 6th in his entire system. The 6th best defense.
So basically what you're saying is Nebraska, Iowa,
handshake.
Well, the special teams.
The special teams, and
it's like a pinky swear.
And the nepotism.
Because they're really not good on special teams, and Iowa really is.
Yeah, and the nepotism.
But judging by the results, Nebraska starts 7-0.
Wow.
With a 26-point margin over UTEP, an 11-point margin over Colorado.
Whoa, say that louder for people in the back, John.
An 11-point margin over Colorado.
Oh, that one listener is going to be so mad.
Northern Iowa, because they're an FCS school.
$1 billion.
Yeah, the Nebraska obviously would be favored to win that game.
Yeah.
And would be projected to win that game. A 9-point differential against Illinois.
Holy crap.
A 10-point differential on the road at Purdue.
Holy crap.
Then we get Rutgers. The Rutgers comes to town, only a 4-point differential.
But Nebraska's bowl eligible after 6 games.
Yes.
Nebraska's going bowling after 6 games.
And then they add another to it when they go on the road to Indiana, an 11-point margin expected at Bloomington.
So wait, they're 7-0 in October.
7-0.
Where are they ranked now? Like 3rd? 4th?
You know what it would be shades of? 2016.
100%.
When Nebraska then had a great undefeated record, and then what happened?
Trump got elected.
No, the Cubs won the World Series.
Oh, my bad. But yes, they fell apart.
But Ohio State right now projects as a 27-point loss.
Screw you, Bill. What do you know about anything?
Then it's a coin flip against UCLA. All of a sudden, the dead-end job. Nebraska winning, but by less than 2 points. And then at USC, lost by 8. Wisconsin, lost by 3. Iowa, lost by 8.
8-4.
Final record. And now, again, when Bill does his record projections, it's going to...
You add up all the percentages.
Yeah, it's all probability based. So none of these are 100% assured. So because of that, Bill's number is going to look different. But if you just look at the raw margin,
it would be 8 wins.
It would be 8 wins.
2 things that stand out to me about this. First of all, it's a reminder how backloaded the schedule is, at least on paper. UCLA is probably not going to be anything to write home about, but Ohio State, USC, Iowa, those 3 teams are all on the road. Throw in Wisconsin at home. That is brutal. The other thing that stands out to me, John, and I'm guessing that this will not actually take place, but how few of these games are coin flip games.
Yes.
One of the big keys of the last few years has been the number of coin flip games and how often Nebraska loses them. And if we define a coin flip game by 3 points, there is only 2 of them on here. If you extend it to 4 points, there are 3 of them on here. Even if you extend it to 1 full score, I guess you add Iowa, an 8-point loss, USC, an 8-point loss. But for the most part, it is double-digit games, whether it's a win or, honestly, man, it's just the one loss, the 27-point beatdown, according to his numbers, versus Ohio State. Now, that obviously, in my opinion, will not happen. They will not have this few of coin flip games. But wow, this is a lot different than what we have seen when we have done this exercise in the past few years. It was a lot of, oh my gosh, look at the number of games that are going to come down to the end. That said, would it shock you if Colorado was closer than 11 points? I don't think it would. Would it shock you if Illinois or Purdue were closer than 10 points? I don't think it would. Would it shock you if the Indiana game was closer than 11? I don't think it would. Are they able to take advantage? That's the question.
So there you go. There's your first look ahead to the season. And we'll update this again because Bill will do another one of these post-spring and then probably one at the beginning of the summer or, beginning of fall camp. And then we'll do a final one right before the beginning of the season.
And on top of that, too, you weren't here the day that it came out, but his returning production rankings came out recently. And we talked about those on the show, too, in Nebraska. If you missed it, it's 3rd in the whole country in terms of returning production. That's even with Collier leaving. The news of today, Collier leaving,
Yes.
A lot of people know who that is.
Yes.
So, interesting stuff from Bill. I'm excited to talk to him tomorrow.
I am too.
Diane writes, put this on paper. I think she means the list. Nebraska 7-0 and then lose last 4 out of 5. Dang, Diane, that's kind of negative.
Yeah, but hey, we got a long ways to go. We never know what might
the
happen.
The countdown continues.
It does. Yeah. We're going to get to some content coming up, including news from college basketball today. There was other news regarding the Kansas City Chiefs. And why did the Magic retire Shaq's jersey?
Great question. Let's explore.
We will. Before we do that, let's get you an update from Kansas City. They're holding another press conference. I believe we now have a second fatality.
Oh,
in the shooting. Now, the graphics and what I'm seeing here on the screen are different, but the Kansas City Star is reporting that a Johnson County woman is being reported as the second victim, and she's been identified. She is she's a mother of two and actually works in her part-time as a disc jockey in Kansas City. And she is listed. She is being reported by the Kansas City Star as the second person to die, and that was confirmed after the first news conference with the police chief and the mayor of Kansas City.
Okay.
But they have not identified the other fatality. So according to the Kansas City Star, 2 are dead. And according to the graphic we're seeing right now on television from ESPN, 22 are injured.
And KCTV5 News has reported that Children's Mercy confirms that it is treating 12 patients, and 11 are children, and 9 of those children have gunshot wounds.
Also, the SportsCenter graphic now says 3 people taken into custody. Originally, it was 2, and that was right after the shooting where they said they had 2 people in custody.
Yeah.
They're now saying 3 people taken into custody. So, unfortunately, as what happens with these episodes, the numbers start in one place and
climb.
Don't go in the right direction.
No.
Usually. And that's the latest from the episode in Kansas City today, shooting happening after the conclusion of the Chiefs' victory parade in downtown Kansas City. Unsportsmanlike conduct will continue after this on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Hey, Connor. What's up? So, you're getting an Auto Express Lane certificate in less than a year?
I need to put my career in the fast lane.
And Jenny, in just 5 months, you earned a veterinary assistant certificate?
It's kind of a pet project.
JC, is that
blood? Yeah, I'll be certified as a phlebotomy tech in just 5 months.
A positive, JC. Earn a career certificate in less than a year. Get started at mccneb.edu/adults. Classes start March 7th.
This is me at MCC.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
When you order food for work on EasyCater.com, we've got your back with 24/7 support to make sure everything goes right. Confirming with the restaurant, guiding drivers when they need delivery instructions, making sure the food arrives on time and is ordered. But if there's a problem,
thanks for calling EasyCater.
Call us anytime, day or night, and we'll answer in seconds. Because food for work has to work. And we're right here to make sure it does. 100,000 restaurants, one platform. Order 24/7 at EasyCater.com.
The GOAT is coming to Kansas City. Sporting KC will host Inter Miami and Lionel Messi, the greatest of all time, at the loudest stadium in the world. See Johnny Russell, Alan Polito, and the rest of your hometown team take on Messi, Luis Suarez, and more at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday, April 13th. It's the soccer capital of America versus the greatest of all time. Get your tickets while you still can at sportingkc.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
There will be a couple of questions in here regarding the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, all of this was done before the news of the day in Kansas City. So we move on in this next segment, obviously acknowledging what has happened. And again, if you just missed it, the Kansas City Star is reporting that there are 2 dead and 3 people taken into custody in the Chiefs Super Bowl parade shooting. With that, Joey, who has done a great job today, filling in for Nick. He has not been annoying in any way. He is
not annoying whatsoever.
Completely deflected
Not
all
annoying.
of Josh's attempts to backseat produce aggressively, I would say. Not even passive aggressive. Aggressive backseat producing.
Well, let's see how he reads these questions, huh?
See?
Oh.
I'm just saying, let's see how he reads the questions.
Kick me now.
Just stating words.
Well, just know that if he missteps, there's a good chance Josh miswrote the question, and I didn't correct his errors for him, as I usually do. Here we go.
College football midseason firings move over and make room for Ohio State basketball, who fired Chris Holtmann today in the middle of a 14-11 season where they are just 4-10 in Big Ten. Surprising?
No, right? Like every response that I saw about this was the surprise maybe was that it happened today instead of at the end of the season.
And guess what that means? 30-day window open.
Oh my gosh. That now, come on, they wouldn't leave, right? You can't leave and go play anywhere else right now, though. What would be the point of leaving? That'd be a jerk move. Finish the season. It's going to be over in a few weeks.
That leaving in the first place is a jerk move, so
Yeah,
I guess
know
that
they
wouldn't change anything. No, it is not surprising, and we talked about this earlier. You know, this was the school that Greg McDermott turned down 7 years ago.
Yep.
This was Gene Smith's call, the outgoing AD. The hire will be made by Ross Bjork, the incoming AD. Ross Bjork was the one who hired Buzz Williams, who was his coach now, Texas A&M. But consider what Gene Smith has done in his tenure. He fired Jim Tressel, third most wins in program history, national championship. He fired Thad Matta, winningest coach in program history, 2 Final Fours. And now he has fired Chris Holtmann, 5th most wins in program history, 5 tournaments in 7 years. This dude, this is the Teflon Don right here. He can just
and now he's getting out of Dodge.
He just take firings left and right, and then
what if he held his nose and hired Chris Beard?
That's a possibility.
Because he's not coaching right now, right?
No, he's at Ole Miss.
Well, that's right. He is at Ole Miss. Good Lord.
He's at Ole Miss.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, not Josh Peterson, said Tuesday he had laid out a plan with his staff before the playoffs began. If a game were to go to overtime, he said he also instructed his assistant coaches to let the team know before the overtime period started, but did not feel the need to discuss the plan with his team before that point. What's going on here, guys?
This is CYA. I mean, it is clear from the immediate reaction after the game that the 49er players were unaware of any of this.
Have you seen the video that came out of Inside the NFL last night?
No.
So it's a minute and a half. It's really, really interesting because Shanahan says, like, before they go on, we want the ball. We want the ball. So, like, he has definitely made his decision.
Sure.
The Chiefs fans, or the Chiefs side, on the other hand, is totally we do not want the football. And so when everything happens, Mahomes runs over and he goes, they want the ball. They want the ball. And the coaches on the Chiefs side are like, sweet, this is exactly what we wanted. Then they cut back to the 49ers sideline. And Juszczyk says, so if we score a touchdown, they get the ball? And somebody goes, yeah. He goes, I didn't know that. So, I mean, literally, he acknowledges it on the field in that moment.
Right, but he was also the one in the press conference basically said the same thing.
Yeah, so I don't know if – I mean, I'm going to trust Shanahan that they –
of course you will.
We look alike. I'm going to trust him at some point that he mentioned this, but they did not beat it into the heads of anybody else enough. Like, they should have talked about this more. The Chiefs were ready. The 49ers were not, period.
At the very least – when you saw the game coming down to the end and you could see, Chiefs may score a field goal here and we may go to overtime, that there wasn't some conversations already happening on that sideline saying, all right, here's what we got to do. We got to plan ahead. But for guys to find out when they're looking up at the video board and the video board is showing the rules, and that's the first time they find out, that's amazing. Amazing incompetence by this incompetent franchise and this mediocre coach.
Speaking of,
the Wall Street Journal yesterday ran a column on the brilliant coach who can't stop losing big games. Is it unfair to categorize Kyle Shanahan this way after 3 Super Bowl losses?
No, I mean, I say that's pretty spot on. He is a brilliant coach. He has not stopped losing in the biggest game of them all. I mean, John, you now look at the last 5 seasons. They have reached the NFC Championship game in 4 of them. They've reached the Super Bowl in 2 of them. And they have, of course, lost in those 2 Super Bowls. He's an incredible head coach, but right now he has gotten put in that bucket of a great mind who has gone very far, who has changed the game in a lot of ways, but has not gotten that final piece to the puzzle. You know, I mentioned him earlier. I mean, the Andy Reid comparisons, I think, are pretty interesting because for the longest time he was associated with, of all things, the losing in the big games, but also bad clock management. And while Sunday wasn't bad clock management, we're having a lot of questions about the management of the end of the game. So I think that this describes him pretty well.
It is a bit unfair, but this is the beauty of sports. There's only one team at the end of a season that can celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how hard it is to go all the way. And only truly the great ones like Sean McVay can go all the way. Shanahan is a great coach. I think if you're San Francisco, you're thrilled to have him. It is unfortunate, though. He did run into a buzzsaw called Tom Brady and then Patrick Mahomes twice.
Yeah. Yeah, the greatest quarterback of all time 2 times, and then the second best quarterback
No.
of
He
all
lost
time
to Mahomes twice.
1 time.
He lost to Brady once. So
Joe, who's better?
I have to say the guy who's got 7 rings.
Wow, look at this. Gen Z correcting the millennials again.
I think I'm going to have to reach out to Mark.
It's too early to tell Josh.
We're just going to have to you know what? The lesson I'm learning from this is we just got to cut out the millennials and just put them off to the side and just ignore them.
You want to host the show with Nick moving forward? Is that what you're wanting?
No, we need you here for the comedy relief.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Don't smile. God, don't smile.
Look at my teeth, John. My clean teeth.
I am glad you keep them clean.
Yes, me too.
Thank goodness.
Oh, I can see every single crack and crevice in them.
Oh, yeah. The beard went away, and now the focus is on the pearly whites, baby.
Okay, 3 days after the Super Bowl, the Chiefs have signed defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo to a contract extension sheet. Could this be the guy to replace Andy Reid when he does retire?
Kevin Demhoff, the COO of the Rams, was speaking on him yesterday and saying, you know, Spags is a really good coach, and we, the Rams, did not give him the best chance to succeed when it failed spectacular with him because Spags with the Rams, and this was when they were still in St. Louis, they were awful. But the franchise was not in a good way. You still had Georgia involved in the process, and she was a disaster. The team was kind of flirting with the move already, and so it's just a bad situation. So there is a part of me that wonders if there might be an idea that, let's say Andy Reid retires next year or the year after that Spags could be the guy to kind of take up the baton and get another opportunity to make good on, you know, how things went poorly.
So it's interesting. He is 64, so he is no spring chicken.
Oh, wow. He's damn same age as Andy Reid.
Exactly. So
I thought he's younger than that.
If I were Chiefs fans, I would honestly hope not. Now, I think you bring up a lot of good points about the situation that he was involved in at that time in St. Louis and what that was like versus, of course, what he would inherit with this franchise. And obviously the biggest difference is he would have the best quarterback in the sport. That said, I mean, I was never taken away by him in any positive way with what he did in St. Louis. Some coaches are just great coordinators.
Yeah.
And there's no shame in that. And so however long Reed is there when he decides to retire, that will be a fascinating job opening because depending on when it happens, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, there's going to be still a lot of time left in Mahomes' career, barring it happening 10 years from now.
Yeah.
The sportsbook took it on the chin because somebody let it be known that the Chiefs are a purple Gatorade team. Significant sharp action on the color purple caused the DraftKings odds to go from plus 275 down to minus 130 prior to kick. Fanatics saw 60% of the overall betting money on purple. Guess somebody talk?
They always have with the goofier props, whether it's like this or the anthem. First of all, they have limits, so they're really not going to get caught with their pants down too much.
Yeah,
but
what are the limits? Like $100?
I think they're more than that, but
Really?
I don't think that they are like anywhere near, 5 figures, 6 figures, anything like that. I think that they're like $1,000, I
Really?
think, is what I have heard.
Okay.
But it makes sense because these are
You can't control these.
Correct. Betting on an over-under with a passing yard prop, you might have a good lean, but this is if you can know what is on the sidelines, and
if a friend of a friend of a friend knows the guy who mixes a Gatorade for the Kansas City Chiefs, guess what?
It's going to get out there. Just like the anthem is going to get out there, all of those types of things. So, interesting.
What did it end up being? Because I saw there were some tweets. Did Reba hit the anthem right on the nose? Or was she over?
So I think it depends on the book because after she first finished, then they had the flyover, but then she kind of re-upped and did, Brave Again or Of the Brave Again. So I don't know what ended up hitting. I think it depended on the book that you bet with.
Here's another ridiculous Patrick Mahomes stat. Since 2001, 125 drives have happened in the NFL playoffs in the fourth quarter with less than a minute to go with the offense trailing by 7 or less. Only 40% of those drives resulted in the necessary points to tie or win the game. Tom Brady went 5 for 11 in such moments. Patrick Mahomes is 7 for 7.
That is insane.
Oh, interesting.
And it's in the last minute of the fourth quarter, trailing by 7 or 3 or whatever the number is, and you either scored the points to win the game or tie the game. And he has gone 7 for 7 in those spots in the playoffs.
I don't know if we still, it has a name. The game has a name, the 13 seconds game. There's some times where I wonder if we don't talk about that enough. That they had 13 seconds and they had the ball at their own 25. And 2 plays later, they were in field goal range and they forced overtime and they won the game. Now, some of that was on the defense. The Bills did not do a very good job.
See, to me, I'm not gonna take that away from Mahomes. That's certainly something on his resume. That was more on Buffalo's misfire on special teams.
They should have kicked the ball on the ground.
And then allowing Kelsey to be that freaking open.
Yeah.
To me, that's more on them than it was Mahomes making an amazing play. Because literally he made one play. But it was all set up because they botched the kickoff and allowed Kansas City to have decent field position to start.
Well, not decent field position. They had their own 25. The issue was that they didn't cause them to receive the ball and
that's what I meant.
Take the clock off. Yeah.
Awful announcing says it is time for CBS to move on from Tony Romo as their lead NFL analyst after this season. Do you agree?
Yes.
I don't know.
If you could, I don't know, Jim. If you can afford it, because not only are you going to have to get rid of him at $17 million a year times 8 years left or whatever it is, that's a lot of money. And then you'd have to pay somebody handsomely, probably a Greg Olsen. I think him and Nance had horrible chemistry by the end of this year. I don't think Nance doesn't seem like he wants to do NFL, but he does it because the paycheck is great. It's the most popular thing we have in America. Before the AFC Championship game, he was at a golf event calling golf the day before. I get it. He loves golf, but dude, this is the NFL. You got to have your entire focus in on these moments in time. Certainly do not think Romo is anywhere near as good as he used to be. I would say that he was a little bit better this year, but I still think he is awkward and uncomfortable. We didn't talk about it Monday. He stepped all over the final call.
Yeah,
he
that was
ruined
bad.
it. So
Yeah.
I'd say yes if you can afford it.
Maybe the solution is to do with him the same thing they did with Phil Simms. They just moved Phil Simms to the studio,
Which seems like that might have some changes coming too.
and then you can go out and get a Greg Olson.
Yeah.
And you could go from maybe the worst to the best overnight. I feel bad for Romo, believe it or not.
How come?
Because I love his enthusiasm. He almost has a childlike enthusiasm for football.
He's definitely like a normal fan in that regard,
Yes,
right?
and I like that about him. I want him to do well. But now the criticism has gotten so loud and it is so pervasive that even if he has a good game, I don't think people would give him any credit for it. And I'm not to say that he's been good. That's not what I'm not trying to defend him, but I do like his enthusiasm. And I think there's a way that shtick can work, but it's knowing your spots, knowing when to be that way and when to pull out, when to,
Always got to know when to pull out.
Exactly. So, I don't feel that bad for him because he is making a lot of money, and so it'll be fun.
It's a ton of money. He could buy us lunch.
Yes. He could afford it better than Michael could.
Even better than Michael.
Michael's kids aren't going to be able to go to college because of
me. Because of Popeyes.
Oh, Michael, please, baby.
Thanks for the Popeyes, Michael.
And how many years of Michael's life did he lose waiting in line for that?
Oh, none, because he got to think about how happy I would be when
By
I
the
would
way,
eat a thigh.
we'll just skip the last question. Screw it. Orlando Magic, shouldn't they?
No!
He
Shaq
played there for
left
4
you.
years. Get out of
He
here.
played there 4 years and you
outta here.
hated him. This is sad.
Yeah.
Soft.
Did you see the Popeyes commercial in the Super Bowl?
No.
Of course you didn't. So Ken Jeong, is it Young? Ken Jeong?
Ken Jeong.
Ken Jeong.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can never remember how to say his name. The comedian is cryogenically frozen for 50 years.
Oh, wait, I did see this. Yes,
because
yes.
he was waiting for Popeyes to come out with wings.
Yeah.
It's so appropriate because literally that's the only way you're ever going to survive a stay in the Popeyes drive-thru is to cryogenically freeze yourself so that you don't age, and then by the time they're actually ready to give you your order, you won't lose theoretically any time.
I told you about it last time I went there. It was a work day. I was there. I got the food. I got to the station all in 4 minutes time. It was Rick Pitino-like service from Popeyes. Lickety-split, in and out.
I'm sure it was Rick Pitino-like service.
Thank you very much, Popeyes.
I'm sure you don't want to know where those hands have been.
Thank you for your chicken, Popeyes Daddy. Speaking of food.
What's for dinner is next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie, piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives. You choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
A lot can happen between falling in love with a house online and owning it. Between imagining living there and breathing in your new home for the first time. Having an advocate who can help you navigate the complex world of financing, inspections, negotiating, analyzing the market, and talking through any anxieties that may pop up, that can make all the difference. That's what the expertise of a Realtor can do for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors and bound by a code of ethics. because that's who we are.
Dirk Bentley, Gravel and Gold Tour. Live at CHI Health Center on Saturday, August 24th with Chase Rice and Tanner Usry. Dirk Bentley. On sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Dirk Bentley, live in concert.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
They'll perch up in trees. They'll swoop at you. They'll attack you for no reason. Peacocks are mean.
They're not gonna kill you. On 1620, The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first. He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I think tonight it's soup and sandwich night.
Soup and sandwich night. Yep. Chuck the soup and eat the sandwich, John.
Oh, come on. Grilled cheese with some tomato soup. Delicious.
Give me the grilled cheese. I'm doing burrito bowls. Burrito bowl.
Can it really be a burrito bowl if it's not a burrito?
It's called a burrito bowl,
Wouldn't
John.
that be just, can't we just call it a Mexi rice bowl?
You could. I call it a burrito bowl. It sounds more fun. Though I do have tortillas. Maybe I'll just put it all on a tortilla. Get
Then
some
it would
extra
be
carbs.
Then it would be
a burrito.
Taco.
No, it's a burrito because it's folded all the way.
See, again, Mexican food, same 5 ingredients,
Racist.
just in a different pack. That's what it is.
Joey, what are you having?
It's one of those days where I'm probably driving home and it's a last-minute decision.
Well, don't go to Popeyes or you'll die waiting.
No. I haven't done Popeyes in forever.
Good call.
Yeah, before I came in here.
Is Joey an idiot? I'm starting to get concerned. All of his takes are bad.
What do you mean?
He agrees with you about everything.
I root for the right teams.
He
You root for
doesn't
the
like.
wrong
He
teams.
sounds so smart.
Oh, that's right. He's a Celtics fan.
Yeah. Best record
Celtics
in
won
the league.
one time. Yeah, it'll be really fun when they fail in the playoffs. Maybe Joey will go to Taco Bell because they have revealed, John, their new 2024 menu items. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Let me guess. It's got ground beef, lettuce, tomato, salsa, and some kind of a corn or flour tortilla.
Or
in
Doritos.
In an interesting wrap.
Probably.
I don't go to Taco Bell.
They have the Baja Blast gelatos we talked about.
Yeah.
They now have a Cheez-It Crunch wrap. No thanks. They have chicken nuggets.
Oh, good Lord.
How about some nuggies from Taco Bell?
Oh, I'm sure those are good.
Oh, no.
They have churro chillers. Don't know what that is. A cheesy street chalupa.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, you're kind of right on the things in here. The Dulce de Leche Cinnabon Delights. I'd try one of those.
Yeah, sure. Why
Put
not?
it in my mouth. A cheesy chicken crispinata. And, all right, that's it. There you go.
No.
All right.
No.
I'm out. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good with
I'm excited for my burrito bowl. I'm going to turn it into a burrito now because of you being critical of me.
I'm not being critical. I was just saying maybe we should call it a different name.
I'm also going to have some ice cream tonight. It's ice cream night.
Oh, good for you.
Actually, I accidentally bought frozen yogurt. She was like, "Did you realize you bought frozen yogurt?" I said, "What?" I just looked for vanilla.
Just close your eyes and squint.
It'll
And
be
it'll look
It tastes fine.
just like ice
It's
cream.
cold and soft.
Oh, do your giant ass teeth, do they get like real sensitive to cold?
You should eat like that tonight.
That might like paralyze you with as big as your teeth
Seriously, because they grow.
You might like just fall on the ground and start flopping like a fish. Speaking of that, tomorrow we will have a taste test.
Bye.